She makes me smile, man, all my time. It's not worthwhile. Oh, all I can say, I'll do the same. I'll never know no other way. It's different now. She showed me how to understand what's in the man. Oh, girl. All I can say, I'll be the same. I'll never know no other way. Life's different now. She showed me how to understand what's in a man. Oh, girl.
My mask. We're good? Okay, yeah, we're going. Let me get my ukulele. Make sure everything's working here. So, one pedal, two pedal?
One paddle, two paddle, three paddle. Come take me home. 14 on the right, 14 on the left. Take me to Hawaii, no cabez. I've been away a long time, such a long time ago. See a lot of places, still last a lot of time. Going away no more. One paddle, two paddle, three paddle, oh, to take me home. 14 on the right, 14 on the left. Take me to Hawaii, no cabez. Take your money.
all of me. Why not take all of me? Can't you see I'm no good without you? Take my lips, I'll never use them. Take my arms, I wanna lose them. Your goodbye left me with eyes that cry. How can I go on, dear, without you? You took the part that once was my heart, so why not take all of me? All of me, why not take all of me? Oh, can't you see I'm no good without you? You took the part that once was my heart, so why not take all of me? Oh, why not take all of me?
It's nice to have an audience, a live audience after all these months. My goodness. Whew, so grateful. Let's do a song from, it's a medley actually, from the beautiful island of Kauai, which is where Alan is from. I've visited that island only once, amazingly. What I remember is the wild chickens. They're everywhere. It's like Fair Oaks, you know, when you go to Fair Oaks, and you see all the chickens walking around. Well, this is the whole island that's covered with these wild chickens. It's amazing. Yeah, in that sense. Very rustic. So these are 3 songs: Beautiful Kauai, Hanalei Moon, and Aloha Kauai.
Beautiful Kauai, there's an island across the sea. Beautiful Kauai, beautiful Kauai, and it's calling, just calling to me. Beautiful Kauai, beautiful Kauai. In the midst of Fern Grotto, Mother Nature made her home, and the falls of Wailoa, where lovers often roam. So I'll return to my island the sea. Every breeze, every wave will whisper, you are mine, don't ever go away. Honolulu moon, it's lighting, beloved, Kauai. Honolulu, aloha, no Maui away. Aloha, Mokihana, ua, o Kauai, milia, mika mai le lau li'ili, mai le li'ili, lehui, oh now now, e aloha, Maui aoe, me au.
Welcome, everyone. Aloha and mahalo. My name is Stuart Satow. With me are Shiomoto, the chair of the board of directors for ACC, and Tim Corcoran, a member of the board of directors. We welcome you to a full day of entertainment, opportunity, celebration, information. It's a chance for you to make a real difference by donating from your heart and giving to ACC Senior Services.
Yeah, Stuart said you're going to have a fun-filled afternoon. We've got a lot of special talent, messages. We have Supervisor Patrick Kennedy stopping by. You're going to hear from Councilmember Rick Jennings. We have Donna Yee speaking. You're going to hear from May Lee Tom singing again. And remember, Dina Marisha and Wally Gang, they're coming back to perform for us again, and Maruyama. And we're going to hear from this ACC staff. So we're going to have a really great afternoon.
Absolutely. So this is our second virtual telethon iteration of the Big Day of Giving at ACC. Folks may remember me from last year, not as a host, but actually as a willing participant or victim, perhaps, of the shelter-in-place at-home haircut challenge, which went very, very wrong.
Well, Tim ended up with no hair at all. His stepson just went, I think, a slip of the razor, right?
Absolutely. So I hope to survive the day with my hair still attached. But one thing's for sure, last year's event was a huge success. But I truly think that we are geared up and ready to outdo even last year.
And the numbers last year, Jean, were?
Well, last year we set a goal of $75,000, and we surpassed that. We raised $170,000. So again, this year, we want to surpass that.
Absolutely. So this is your chance to donate to ACC Senior Services. There are a number of ways for you to do that. First, we have a group of volunteers on our phone banks. Please call the number on your screen, 916-503-5380. They're ready to take your calls, take your donations. So that's one way that you can donate to ACC. There are other ways, though.
Absolutely. So you can go to the Big Day of Giving website. Be sure you check the box for ACC Senior Services. And as always, you can go directly to ACC's website, accsv.org, and donate there.
Yeah, or you can stop by and drive by and drop off a check at our front door. We have volunteers outside waiting to take your check and say thank you. Or you can do the old-fashioned way, drop a check in the mail. But if you donate $500 or more, call that number or drop a check by. You're going to put your name at the bottom of the screen. You see that ticker tape right now. We're going to put your name there. So donate now and donate big.
And if you want to wait for more entertainment, we have tons of it over the next 5 hours. But please give from your heart, give big. This is a chance to make a real difference to a lot of important programs and services offered by ACC Senior Services. With that said, Jean, you have a special guest to introduce.
Thank you. So now I'm excited to introduce our first guest, Merv Maruyama, who is a native Sacramentan. He sings in the renowned Grateful Crane Ensemble group. They perform in Southern California and throughout the state. And Merv, he did a great performance at the Sacrament Buddhist Church in December. I watched it, great performance. So we're happy to have Merv here singing his first song, Up on the Roof. Merv.
When this old world starts getting me down and people are just too much for me to face, I climb way up to the top of the stairs and all my cares just drift right into space. On the roof, it's peaceful as can be, and there the world below don't bother me. Let me tell you now, when I come home feeling tired and beat, I go up where the air is fresh and sweet. I get far away from the hustling crowd and all that rat race noise down in the street. On the roof's the only place I know where you just have to wish to make it so. Let's go up on the roof.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And then right after that, he's going to use
At night the stars put on a show for
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
free. And darling, you can share it all with me. I keep on telling you, right smack dab in the middle of town, I found a paradise that's trouble-proof. And if this world starts getting you down, there's room enough for two up on the roof. Up on the roof, I'm telling you, baby, I'm telling you, honey, up on the roof, up on the roof, up on the roof. Thank you. Wow, it's nice to see people clapping in real time. So this next song is by Japan's probably most famous singer, Misora Hibari. And the song is called Kawa no Nagare no Yoni, which means like the flow of a river. Shirazu, shirazu, 歩いてきた細く長いこの道振り返れば遥か遠くふるさとが見えるでこぼこ道や曲がりくねった道地図さえないそれもまた人生 ああ川の流れのように緩やかにいくつも時代は過ぎてああ川の流れのようにとめどなく空が黄昏に染まるだけ生きることは旅すること終わりのないこの道愛する人そばに連れて夢探しながら雨に降られてぬかるんだ道でもいつかはまた晴れる日が来るからああ川の流れのように穏やかにいくつも時代は過ぎてああ川の流れのようにいつまでも青いせせらぎを聞きながら
Thank you, Merv. Absolutely beautiful performance. Always a crowd favorite. Next, I have the great pleasure of introducing a group of entertainers who exemplify the caring spirit of ACC, who have, even during a pandemic, managed to find ways to safely share their talents to warm the hearts of our community. The Pocket Pickers were students from ACC's first 2 ukulele classes and enjoyed playing together so much that in 2009, they started ACC's first performing music group. In 2014, they were honored to be selected by the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors for their Heroes of Human Services Award for providing entertainment and joy to so many seniors within the county. They have been performing for the past 12 years and still going strong. Here, they're performing Surfin USA.
If everybody had an ocean across the USA, then everybody be surfing like California. You see them wearing their baggy Roxy sandals too, and thin bony gray hairdo, surfing USA. You catch them surfing at Del Ventura County line, Santa Cruz and Australia's Terrapine, all over Manhattan, down the Heaney Way, everybody's gone surfing, surfing USA. We'll all be planning out a route we're gonna take real soon. We're waxing down our surfboard, we can't wait till June. We'll all be gone for the summer, we're on safari to stay. Tell the teacher we're surfing USA. And Haggerty's and Swan, Pacific Palisades, Everybody's gone surfing, surfing USA. We'll all be planning how to route we're gonna take real soon. We're waxing down our surfboards, we can't wait till June. We'll all be gone for the summer, we're on safari to stay. Tell the teacher we're surfing USA. At Haggerty's and Swan,
Inside, outside,
Pacific
USA.
Palisades,
Inside, outside,
San
USA.
Onofre and
Inside,
Sunset,
outside, USA.
Redondo Beach, LA,
Inside, outside, USA.
Ohio and La
Inside,
Jolla,
outside, USA.
Waimea Bay.
Inside, outside, USA.
Everybody's gone surfing, surfing USA. Everybody's gone surfing, surfing USA. Everybody's gone surfing, surfing USA.
So I'm very happy to have Peter DeLeonis here with us in person today from the Pocket Pickers. It's like meeting a local ACC celebrity. So excited to have you here. So one of the things that I don't know if everyone knows about Pocket Pickers is even during this pandemic, you've found ways to safely entertain and warm the hearts of the folks out in our community. And I was hoping you might share a little bit about your safe serenades.
Oh, sure thing. You know, after playing together almost every week for 10 years, the pandemic was a real change. But eventually we figured out that if we split into several smaller groups and spread way out and stayed outside, that we could continue on playing for some, we played for Maple Tree Village and Green Haven Terrace for a while, where we played out in the courtyard and people would watch from their balconies, which was pretty cool. And this year we're hoping to start up at ACC Care Center, and we're getting ready for a gig for the Meals on Wheels Volunteers Appreciation Day. So we're starting to get back into the groove, and it feels good. So next up is an old tune from the 60s, the early 60s, Hello Mary Lou. So I hope you enjoy it, and just want to say thank you so much for your support.
Hello, Mary Lou. Goodbye, heart. Sweet Mary Lou, I'm so in love with you. I knew
It makes me want to pick up a ukulele and strum.
Absolutely.
Although I'm not very good at it. It is my distinct pleasure to introduce to you and welcome Sacramento County Supervisor Patrick Kennedy. Patrick, thanks for being here, first of all. And I know you have a special message about ACC and its services.
I do. Thank you, Stuart. It's so great to be here. As a county supervisor that represents this area and even a neighbor of ACC, I can tell you I see it firsthand every day. And what's happened for the last 50 plus years and the services that ACC has provided to the elders in our community, be it housing of different levels of need, the Meals on Wheels that we've heard about earlier, the transportation services, the educational services, the entertainment. It's really a service that is second to none in Sacramento County.
And this is obviously the huge day for ACC to get in-kind donations, people giving from their hearts. Is there any particular program that really has touched you?
Well, I'm glad you asked that question because I've gone out a couple of times with drivers on Meals on Wheels. And the thing about Meals on Wheels is it's so much more than just a meal provision service. It's a companion service. I mean, we have people who are homebound, and the only outreach that they have, the only people in contact some of them have, are the Meals on Wheels volunteers. So it provides not only nutritional services, but companionship. So I'm a big fan of all of their programs, but I have to say that Meals on Wheels is the one that really touches my heart.
And in fact, over the next couple hours, we're going to have a special video that really shares with you what Meals on Wheels does and the services it provides. And this last year and a half, it hasn't been available. And so we're coming out of the pandemic. How special is it going to be for these people to receive those services again?
I think it's vital because during the pandemic, isolationism has really affected a lot of people's mental health, and no matter what age you are. So having that connection back with society, having that connection with one-on-one with people is going to be vitally important. We've been able to provide meals, but nothing supplants the personal touch that you get from those volunteers.
Well, speaking of personal touch, we really appreciate you making an appearance on our virtual telethon. Thank you so much for your ongoing support, both for ACC and your public service as an elected official in this community. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, Stuart. I just want to make one pitch to people out there. You know, we've talked about how great the services are at ACC, so please give on this big day of giving. Reach into your pockets, write a check, send some money, because we need your services. And I'll even start by saying that District 2 is going to write a check for $3,500. So please join me in giving to this great organization.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate it, Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Have a great rest of your day.
Okay.
Supervisor Patrick Kennedy. We're going to transition over to a group called Ming. Ming is not literally mean. Ming stands for Members Even After Nice. What is NICE? NICE stands for the Nikkei Choral Ensemble. They're an alumni group of UC Berkeley Acapella singers, and that's where Ming comes into play. We have joining us now from Southern California, Mr. C.B. Pari and some of the members of Ming. Welcome to all of you. Thank you for being part of the ACC Virtual Telethon. Can you hear me okay? We might be having some audio difficulties. Hi, CB. Stand by, folks. This is live online virtuality. And we are still trying to get out the kinks, but you can see we do have CB and two of the members of Ming here to offer their thoughts and also a cappella entertainment.
So we'll go to the video and come back to them.
Okay, I'll tell you what. We're going to play the video, and then we'll come back to you to have a chat. So here is the video of Ming, a cappella singers. Enjoy.
Bum 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 ba-dum bum 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 ba-dum
いつもの駅でいつも会うセーラー服 服の下げ髪もう来る頃もう来る頃今日も待ちぼっけ明日がある明日がある明日があるさ濡れてるあの横森へ誘ってあげよと待っている声かけよう声かけよう黙って見てる僕明日がある明日がある明日があるさ今日こそはと待ち受けて後ろ姿をつけてゆくあの角まであの角まで今日はもうやめた明日がある明日がある明日があるさ思い切ってダイヤルを震える指で回したよベルが鳴るよベルが鳴るよ出るまで待てぬ僕明日がある明日がある明日があるさ
初めて言ったきっとってやった一言好きですとここまで出てここまで出てどうでもいい僕明日がある明日がある明日があるさ明日があるさすがある若い僕には夢があるいつかきっといつかきっとわかってくるだろう明日がある明日がある明日があるさ
We're sorry that we're still trying to iron out some of the wrinkles. We hope to have a chance to speak with CB and members of the group in just a few moments. But we do have the mother of one of the members. Tara Umamoto wasn't able to participate in this specific selection, but she is a member of the Ming Acapella Singers. Share a little bit about your experience and Tara's experience with the group.
Right. Well, Tara went to UC Berkeley in 2011. She graduated in 2015. And when she was there, being part of NICE was really a big part of her UC Berkeley experience. It really was like a family. And so here, 5 years later, after she's graduated, she's still participating in Ming, members even after NICE. Mm-hmm. And as a group, they actually put together performances and try to support communities like Sacramento. In some ways, the virtual telethon has provided an opportunity for them to reach out into, areas outside of the Bay Area. They put together this past winter a performance for JSA, which is kind of similar to ACC, but in the Bay Area. So it's just been a great little group. They really have fun together. You should go onto YouTube and you can Google them and you can see the performance. When you watch them, they just have a lot of energy and it makes you feel happy. You just kind of feel like going like this.
Love their music. Now you're volunteering today to man the phones because you're hoping that phone's going to ring.
Exactly.
And people are going to donate a lot of money to ACC Senior Services.
Right.
So, folks, if you would like to speak to Paula directly, call the number. Give us your donation. Pledge, please. Paula is waiting for your call. And again, the mom of a proud member of Ming. Thank you, Paula.
Thanks.
All right. Let's turn it over to Jean with some special guests.
Thank you, Stuart. So now we have with us Gary Yee and Jane Nakagawa, who are members of ACC's Guitar Ensemble, which has performed regularly at ACC's Green Haven Terrace and ACC's fundraising events. They are also members of Metamele, Aka, Na Akani, and the Betsuan Ukets musical groups that have performed throughout the Sacramento community. Please welcome Gary and Jane, longtime performers for ACC, who performed at our telethon last year. So tell us what song you're going to sing, Gary and Jane.
Last year in March, and actually I was going to do it for that big day of giving, but I didn't have time. So I'd like to do that song today. It's called Because I'm So in Love. Every time I think of you, I smile, 'cause I know I'm yours, you're mine. That's the way I'll spend my day, 'cause I'm so in love with you. When I describe how I feel for you, I just want to say for real, but you know how much I care, 'cause I'm so in love with you. When I count the days with you, year by year, I pray it's true. I'll be there for you, I swear, 'cause I'm so in love with you. When I count the days with you, year by year, I pray it's true. I'll be there for you, I swear, 'cause I'm so in love with you. Believe me when I say I will love you to the end of time. That is when forever ends, 'cause I'm so in love with you. 'Cause I'm so in love with you. Okay, I'm going to switch off here, and I'm going to play Jean's bass, because I. Oops, just set that down. Thank you. I wrote this song thinking about coming out of the pandemic. Of course, we're still in it, but how all of us have been in shelter, and some of us had a lot of support, some have a little support. And some of us have had supports just by our little pets or fur buddies. So I thought about that, and I thought about all the dogs in my life. So I wrote this song about my dogs. Okay. I'm sorry.
Oh, you gotta turn
It's
the
so
page.
new that I forgot the words. I just wrote this. I'm really sorry about that. So we'll do it quickly. I first saw you in a litter of pups. You were huddled in the corner with your eyes lit up when you looked at me that way. I came closer for a better look. Your tail was wagging with your belly up, and you looked at me that way. You're the one that caught my eye for sure. You're the one that captured my heart. You are my best friend. That will be to the end. You're always there for me. And when I'm sad, you comfort me always. You are my best friend. Sometimes we play in the park. Instead you chase the squirrels to the treetops, and that's your way of having fun. We came home and you're hungry and tired. You beg for a treat and head for your bed, and then you're out for a while. In the evening we spend more time together, side by side, then in my lap again. You are my best friend. That will be to the end. You're always there for me. And when I'm sad, you comfort me always. You are my best friend. When we're old, we'll both slow down. We don't do the things that we did somehow, but that's the way life goes. I know that you can hear me now. You can't say the words to let me know, but I can see it in your eyes. We had the time of our lives, and I will always cherish you. You are my best friend. That will be to the end. You're always there for me. And when I'm sad, you comfort me always. You are my best friend. And the title that's
Thank you, Gary and Jane. You know, having the right talent at the critical time is an essential ingredient to any organization's success. The pandemic certainly qualifies as a critical time, and our next guest is absolutely the right talent. It's my pleasure to welcome Dr. Scott Stringer, the Medical Director for ACC's Care Center, Maple Tree Village, and Greenhaven Terrace Assisted Living.
Hi, this is Dr. Stringer, Medical Director for the ACC Care Center, Maple Tree Village, and Greenhaven Terrace Assisted Living. Thank you for supporting ACC Senior Services. ACC's mission is to help seniors live healthy and active lives. The COVID-19 pandemic put an incredible strain on seniors and their caregivers, but we are finally seeing light at the end of the tunnel. Fortunately, ACC faithfully followed the science and best practices and worked hard to keep the disease from spreading. ACC spent thousands of dollars on COVID-19 testing and personal protective equipment. Now ACC is ready to return our seniors to a sense of normalcy. The road has been difficult, but with your support, we'll get there. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Stringer, for that message. Dr. Stringer has been ACC's medical director for 4 years, and we appreciate the great care he gives the residents of ACC's facilities. Dr. Stringer also works closely with our next 2 guests. Since we were here last year for the telethon, the ACC's Care Center went into full lockdown due to the pandemic. Here to talk about the past year, we have ACC's Chief Operating Officer, Melanie Segar, who will have a conversation with ACC's Care Center Administrator, Tamara Kario. Melanie and Tamara have been leading ACC's fight against COVID-19. Let's hear it from them.
Thank you. Tamara, it's great to be here with you. It's hard to believe that we're going into 15 months of COVID-19 precautions and lockdown. Yes. Can you maybe share with us all some of the challenges that you've faced over the last 15 months?
Yeah, definitely. It's a pleasure to be here, Melanie. And yes, we are all excited. 15 months ago, it was a nightmare with the challenges, the new guidelines that came in. But the most impact was when we had to make the decision to decrease our bed capacity from 99 beds to 23. And we had to do that to meet the new guidelines for admitting new residents in a private single room. So that was definitely an impact that we all felt at the care center.
So we decreased because we only have 3 private rooms. I don't know if you all know that at ACC Care Center, there are only 3 private rooms. All the other rooms are 2, 3, and 4 bedrooms. So to meet the conditions that were mandated by the state and CMS, we had to decrease all of our yellow zone and red zone beds to only single units. So we're down now about 25% of what our normal census is. So what other challenges have you been facing, Tamara?
Staffing. I think even before the pandemic, staffing was an issue. We came up with a career advancement program because we knew that was an area we could have an impact on how we could retain our staff. But since the pandemic, we have seen a lot of staff turnover, and some has to do with not having a babysitter or other challenges that they were faced with. So staffing has continued to be quite a struggle for us in healthcare, and so is other businesses too.
Mm-hmm. Well, I know a lot of our staff are dealing with their kids not being in school over this time, so they were expected to be full-time parents, and they work full-time for us. We have a lot of very dedicated staff that have been with us for a long time, but it's been a struggle to keep things going during this time. You know, Tamara, what's kind of gotten, and I know you have children too.
Yes, I do.
You know, so you've been the full-time parent and also overseeing all of this that's been going on at ACC Care Center. What's been your inspiration and what's gotten you through during these last 15 months?
Melanie, that was also the same time I was also in school, working on my master's degree. And really the thing that inspired me and the staff at the care center was we work for an organization that really cares for the staff. And it's not just caring by words, but caring by action. We never got to a point whereby we were desperate for PPE, because our committee members, our volunteers, ensured that we had the tools to do the job. And so that is what has made us be inspired, is to work for an organization that truly is there through the thick or the thin with the staff members. So we are very appreciative to be at ACC.
Yeah. Yeah, I know that we had board members and, you know, our CEO that were looking for PPE when we were in those early months when we were kind of desperate to make sure that our staff were safe. So you've done a fabulous job of, you know, taking care of the staff and the residents. I know that our rate of COVID was much less than in the community, and when we did have an instance where it occurred, it was resolved so much quicker than many of the other facilities have been able to do it. So really thank you for your leadership and appreciate the support of the board of directors and all of our committee members. Tamara, what's the next step? What's happening now, and what do we have to look forward to?
You know, Melanie, we are really excited. We got very good outcomes with our vaccination rates. Yay for our residents. Right now, currently, 100% of all our residents, long-term residents, are fully vaccinated. And the rates for the staff is all the way in the mid-upper 90s. And because of those results, in February, we started the COVID recovery plan. So we've been looking at our dining experience. Our residents are very happy to go back to the dining room and have their meals. All 3 meals are being served in the dining room. We've opened our doors to our family members who are part of us. Without them, we don't feel we are able to execute what we do. So family members are having in-person visitation. They're in the building. Group activities have also started. And so it's a good feeling to be able to go back and do the things that we were able to do. But we are also doing them cautiously and making sure that we're still meeting the intent of the new guidelines.
Well, Tamara, I want to thank you for your leadership during this time. We couldn't have done it without you. You've been just exceptional in your leadership. As you said, you went back and got your master's in nursing. So that's been an incredible help during this very difficult time. We really want to thank everybody for being with us today and just having a little glimpse of what we've been doing. The Care Center has been there for 32 years. This is probably one of the most difficult things we've ever had to go through, and we really need your support to be able to carry on and get back to where we need to be. So thank you, and thank you to all the staff, Tamara.
Thank you.
Really
Thank you,
appreciate it.
Melanie.
Oh, thank you, Melanie and Tamara, for sharing your thoughts on what's going on at the Care Center. We really appreciate all you do, Melanie, your leadership. And Tamara, you are our hero. It's started National Nurses Week this week, and thank you to all the nurses at the Care Center. Thank you so much. So next, it's my pleasure to introduce our next performer. It is none other than ACC CEO and President Darrick Lam. Darrick has performed many times at ACC events, and Darrick sings and plays the guitar, and he never turns down an opportunity to sing. So here is Darrick Lam singing The Girl from Ipanema. Darrick?
Thank you, everyone, for being here today. Right. Tall and tan and young and lovely, the girl from Ipanema goes walking. When she passes this one, she passes go hard. When she walks, she's like a samba, that swings so cool and sways so gently. But when she passes this one, she passes go hard. Oh, I watch so sadly. How can I tell her I love her? Yes, The girl from Ipanema is walking. When she passes, I smile. She doesn't see. Oh, but I watch her so sadly. How can I tell her I love her? Yes, I would give my heart gladly. But each day when she walks to the sea, she looks straight ahead, nods at me. Tall and tan and young and lovely, the girl from Ipanema goes walking. When she passes, I smile. She doesn't see. She doesn't see. No, she doesn't see. Thank you, everyone, for your support.
Thank you, Darrick, for that song. It's always great to hear you sing. So next up, we're going to have another video, and we're going to hear from longtime ACC volunteer, Walt Yip.
Hi, this is Walt Yip, and I'm a longtime volunteer here at ACC. At the heart of ACC are its terrific people. They come from all over to be volunteers and employees, giving back to a community that believes in honoring and caring for seniors. Many are seniors themselves who have chosen to share their golden years with others at ACC. But the world has faced a pandemic like nothing we have seen in our lifetime. On this big day of giving, we encourage you to support not just ACC, but other organizations who have been on the front lines of this battle. Together, we will win it. Thank you. Now, let's get back to the telethon.
Line workers and those they serve. Who can say no to Walt? By the way, Walt is volunteering this afternoon to collect any drive-by donations outside, so if you want to make sure Walt knows you donated, he'll be out front from 2:30 to 5 p.m. this afternoon. Thanks, Walt. Next, we have Bernadette and Joseph Chiang. Bernadette will share with us her heartfelt story of her parents who resided at ACC, first at Greenhaven Terrace and then at the Care Center. Bernadette also shares her story in the spring issue of the ACC newsletter. Also joining Bernadette and Joseph is Lisa Poon, ACC's Chief Financial Officer and Acting Chief Development Officer.
Hi, everyone. So I'm Lisa Poon. I am ACC's Treasurer and Chief Financial Officer. And what brings me here today is the honor of meeting in person Bernadette and her brother Joe Chiang. So kind of an interesting story. I actually was introduced to Bernadette via email after the passing of their parents, and Bernadette had expressed interest in having her parents' story published in our ACC newsletter. And then I stepped in, had an opportunity to read the obituary, and it was really such a heartwarming and interesting story that I reached out to Bernadette to just find out more about the history of her family, and it turned into what was this really wonderful article that was published in the ACC News, and we wanted to invite them here today to share with our viewers a little bit more about the story of their parents and the really interesting and rich history of your involvement with the organization. So I'd love to have you start with telling our viewers a little bit about how you personally became to be involved with ACC, because I think that was really the beginning of kind of the journey and relationship with the organization.
Well, anyway, first of all, I want to congratulate ACC for this fabulous event again every year. It's that's your fundraising event, and that's important. I may get a little emotional because there was a gentleman that was singing just now. It was like a love story. And yeah, both my parents, unfortunately, got sick real fast, and they passed on, in February. And we have been extremely appreciative and very thankful to ACC. It's been quite a long time since I was on the board. I had to kind of move on to work on another project, like electing Jimmy Yee at that point. So I'm going to date myself a little bit. I probably was involved in the 80s and the 90s. And at that point, I was working with, we had a smaller group, and it involved like Toko Fuji, Chewy Ito, Winston, and a whole bunch of folks that, actually, we kept doing a lot of stuff later on. First of all, I just want to thank you again. I'm getting a little nervous here, but I'm really thankful that we can come and share the story with you. Both my parents, we were all immigrants. We came here probably about in the early 70s, and I believe, we came 1972. I think that's the year that ACC was born, right?
It was, yeah.
And I remember working with Chewy and the rest of the board. They did a fabulous job. At that time, of course, we didn't have that much resources as like today. I'm so proud and so honored and so pleased to see how successful you have become. So continue the hard work. Mom and Dad was actually resided at Greenhaven Terrace for 12 years. I believe we were the very first couple. They were the very first couple that signed on board. It was, we literally signed the contract that day when I received the flyer from ACC, because I know a good thing in front of me. And I trusted that ACC will follow through, the programs that they talk about. So we just signed the contract, moved them in within 2 weeks. We even had to pay penalty from the other place. So when they were there, they were just having so much fun, because there were a lot of activities to keep them mobile, and mentally. That's another issue when elders are getting older. They're more dependable on activities. Both of them were actually pretty shy at the beginning. And then later on, they start doing all these, you have all these activities, parties. My dad loved the free coffee and the pastry and all the birthday parties. And later on, as you have more, API and more, diversified group coming in, they started to meet some fabulous Asian friends that speak the language, and I guess they just felt really comfortable. So then they, unfortunately in November, I always remember, no, not in November, October the 4th,
They failed.
it was quite a traumatic situation. And just to share with you, because both my parents have actually, done very well, survived some very unfortunate situation when they were younger, but their health started to fall apart, and we know we needed help desperately, because honestly, at that time, years and years ago, there were just not that many resources. But of course, ACC have started a long time ago. So, and then I know Donna has been a fabulous mentor for a lot of people. And anyway, you know what? I'm going to let my brother talk a little bit, because I'm kind of dragging it on a little.
Yeah, I ditto to everything that my sister said. And I do really appreciate ACC. Whatever she said is true. I compliment that. Just make that multiply by 2. That's how much I love ACC. Without you guys, I don't know how we survive. With 2 sick parents, the care, the facility, the location, the safety. We trust you guys, and of course, there's no perfect thing, right? But we try our effort also to go every day to visit my sister every day, and I do every other day because I live farther away. So it's a check and balance thing. But the main thing is when we do complain, not bad complaint, just suggestion, ACC will always listen. Whether they can resolve it or not, but they try the best, and that's all we can ask for. And I really appreciate it.
Yeah, and I think the thing that really touched me about your parents' story was how they've always been together, you know, just through all of their time, you know, with us, and then all of the shared experiences that they had, and you know, and it was just it was just amazing how they were able to, you know, to get through everything together, and it just was really heartwarming.
Experience at the nursing home, it was just unbelievable because, you know, after when they used to be very mobile and all of a sudden, you know, well, there's a reason why both of them fell. It was an unfortunate situation, accident, but when we were accepted into, you know, ACC, which we thought, my God, it's like buying a lottery, and we won. Because it was not easy to get in, and but the most important thing is I think we depend on them too. They're like family to us. They treat us like family. During the COVID situation, keep in mind that we were being informed all the time. They were very transparent about what's going on, and I mean, nobody's going to believe, you know, there were infected staff. But as I understand, none of the residents, you know, were infected. And that tells you it's all that compassionate care and all the expert folks and basically, you know, they love, you know, our parents. And so we're very, very, very appreciative and grateful forever. And I think, well, basically, I have also signed in for Greenhaven Terrace. So hopefully, you know, like, love that place. You know, you're doing a fabulous job. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you so much, you guys, for being here with us today. We really appreciate it, and appreciate you taking the time and sharing, you know, sharing your experience and story of your parents' journey with us. Thank you.
Just tell us what we can do to help.
Thank
Go
you.
out and raise some money. Yeah. Thank you. Appreciate all. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa, Joseph, and Bernadette for that story. We really appreciate you coming here today. So we're checking in at the first hour. So we have raised, with pledges already, so we've raised over $50,000. So our goal is $100,000. So I know that we can raise another $50,000 in the next hour. So the challenge is for you is to start calling or go to our website, ACC website, to donate. You can go to the Big Day Giving website. You can stop by and drop a check off in person or call. Or you can even drop a check in the mail. So keep donating to us. We really appreciate it. We appreciate your dollars.
All right, we're going to transition into our a little over the second hour. More music, more entertainment, more singing, and we're going to hear some stories from the ACC staff. Next up, Asian pair, George Connor, Mary Nakamura. George and Mary are active participants in ACC music programs. They've given numerous concerts at ACC over the years. They recently gave an online concert for ACC in February that was viewed by many, many people. So here, it's my pleasure to introduce to you Asian pair.
Going faster than a roller coaster. Love like yours will surely come my way. Hey, hey, hey. Every day it's a getting faster. Everyone says go ahead and ask her. Love like yours will surely come my way. Hey, hey, hey. Every day seems a little longer every way. Love's a little stronger, come what may. Do you ever long for true
love from me. Every day it's a getting closer, going faster than a roller coaster. Love like yours will surely come my way. Seems a little longer every way. Love's a little stronger, come what may. Do you ever long for true love from me? Well, every day it's a getting closer, going faster than a roller coaster. Love like yours will surely come my way. Hey, hey, love like yours will surely come my way.
Thank you so much. So as Stuart mentioned, we are Asian pair, and this is George Connor and Mary Nakamura, and we're very honored to be here to celebrate I think with the big day of giving, and I just want to take a moment to say a personal reflection on the passing of Chui Ito. And Chui was so beloved to the ACC community, but he was also very beloved to my church, the Sacramento Japanese United Methodist Church. And so I've known him all my life. He and his wife lived down the street from my parents. So it's definitely will be very dearly missed, but he truly left a legacy, and one person truly can make a difference, so you can make a difference. Maybe not like Chewy, but everyone can at least make a donation to ACC and to continue on that legacy and to build upon the programs and the wonderful just offerings that have been developed over the years. You're not done tuning yet?
No, I was just waiting for you to finish.
Oh,
Are you done?
I'm done.
Okay. Okay, this is a Beatles song. Ready? Okay.
If I give my heart to you, I must be sure from the very start that you would love me more than her. If I trust in you, oh please don't run and hide. If I love you too, oh please don't hurt my pride like her, 'cause I couldn't stand the pain, and I would be sad if our new love was in vain. So I hope you see that I would love to love you, and that she will cry when she learns we are two. 'Cause I couldn't stand the pain, and I would be sad if our new love was in vain. So I hope you see that I would love to love you, and that she will cry when she learns we are two. If I fell in love with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, George and Mary, not just for the performance today, but for all the support of ACC over the years. As a fortunate member of the early production team, I enjoyed the best seat in the house to observe the very beginnings of ACC's venture into online programming. So I'm absolutely thrilled to introduce our next interview with some of the ACC online trailblazers. Welcome, please, Susan Sarinas, who oversees online classes put on by ACC. Susan will interview 2 instructors who are teaching online classes. Robert Nakashima, who teaches the very popular Tai Chi for those with limited mobility, and Jeani Kim-Slesicki, who teaches another popular class, Gentle Yoga.
Hi, I'm here with Jeani Kim-Slesicki and Robert Nakashima. So we wanted to have Jeani tell a little bit more about herself.
Hi, I'm a stay-at-home mother, part-time yoga instructor. Let's see, I got into yoga after my firstborn.
Put your microphone.
Right here. I'm used to the other mic. But I started yoga, postnatal yoga, because I just needed some way of sort of exercising the body, stretching the body out, especially after the trauma of having given birth. And for the next 10 years or so, I kind of discovered that there was a journey through not just postpartum, but just through living in general that that yoga offered great benefits too. So that's how I started in yoga, and I was certified through the Yoga Seed Collective, and their focus is on trauma-informed yoga. So that's where I am. That's where I am.
Robert, you want to tell us a little bit about yourself?
Well, I started Tai Chi about 25 years ago, but before that I was like a typical karate guy. We say a karate guy, can we say that?
Yeah.
And I was just interested that there was another side of martial arts, a more, metaphysical side, or a more, not to say spiritual side, but I felt like there was more to it than meets the eye. But in those days, because this is many, many years ago, because I'm very old, but in those days it was not that easy to run that down. I mean, you could read books on it. You could there was no internet, right? So there's once in a blue moon you'd meet someone. So I felt like Tai Chi was a good choice to kind of try to explore those other aspects of martial arts. So that's kind of what led me to get into it.
Okay, great. So we were just talking a few minutes ago about the difference between online programming and doing it in person for both, modules, because they're similar but not alike. You want to talk a little bit about that, Jeani?
Sure, Susan. I had started the Zoom classes, virtual classes, before the pandemic really hit us and closed down our studios, and as you know, the rest of the business world. But one of the benefits, I guess, to having to teach from distance is you really have to understand your instructions, your cues, and kind of get an idea of where certain students might be needing help, and because you're not in the presence of that person, it just becomes a little more important that you pay attention to the smaller details. And you normally would as an instructor, but I think more so once the virtual classes came around. Now, one of the nice things is we were able to reach a lot more people with the Zoom classes. For people who had difficulty physically traveling to classes, this was a boom to be able to just turn on their monitor and be able to speak with someone, interact with someone actually in a virtual setting. So, I miss the in-class, in-person instruction, definitely, because one of the greatest things about yoga as a community is that we are all together and connected in a more spiritual way, and physically we're more connected just simply being together in a room. So that's one disadvantage to not being in the classroom with students. But at the same time, as long as we're connected spiritually via the video screen, that's better than nothing. So
great. Robert, you've had difficulty, you said, with
yes.
doing Tai Chi. with converting to an online program?
Yeah, I felt like I will second the thing that you were saying about community, because that was one of the major benefits of taking a Tai Chi class is, I've been lucky over the course of my teaching life is that all the classes that we have been together for so many years, and those people develop familial bonds, and they remember each other's birthday. And then, the class that I was teaching before the pandemic, the class I was teaching in Elk Grove, they would go to coffee at McDonald's after every class, and the people at McDonald's got to know everybody, and then, it just became this whole thing. So when that ended, I think people really missed it. And then in the aspect of teaching on Zoom, I was very resistant to doing that because, my classes are kind of detail specific, but I try not to do a running narrative as I move, because I just kind of demonstrate it and then I'll watch. But on Zoom, it's like everything has to be narrated, everything has to be explained, and you're not necessarily getting any instantaneous feedback from anybody who's watching. So I liken it to like the old Bob Ross painting show. I like to think of myself as the Bob Ross of Tai Chi, because it's like a funny little cloud here and a happy little bush is here, and then I just find myself narrating the movements like that, and I have no idea what they're thinking, because nobody says anything. But yeah, it is a completely different set of skills and a completely different set of challenges. But having said that, I'm glad I did it. I'm glad people kind of forced me to go into it, because I learned so many things that I would not, like one of the major things I learned during the pandemic was I taught myself how to do the form backwards. Because I have to face the camera and they're mirroring me as if we're all looking into the mirror. So I had to, I've been threatening to do that for years, but I just never got around to teaching myself the backwards version, because I said, I'm never going to need that. But it turned out it's the major thing you have to have.
Kudos to you, Robert, because I cannot do that. I have to remember which is left and which is right.
It's breaking my brain, but now I'm getting more comfortable with it. So now I can do lots of other stuff with my left hand. So.
Well, that'll help with any future dementia.
One would hope so.
Speaking of, both yoga and Tai Chi, there have been studies shown that yoga and Tai Chi can be helpful to warding off dementia. Can you tell me other benefits of yoga?
Yes, I can't speak directly to dementia, but I do know that currently in the last 10 years, with neuroplasticity just opening up these huge doors in how we remember things, how we move in connection to the relationship to the brain. So we have so much benefits with focus, with trauma, with dealing with stress. And one of the books that I studied during my certification was Bessel van der Kolk's The Body Keeps Score. And that's basically a study of it started off with over 24,000 people. It culled down to about 17,000 people, but that's a huge study pool. What they found out over a 10-15 year span was tracking people with certain types of trauma in their life and seeing whether that trauma could be benefited, could be relieved, if the patient could be benefited from a yoga practice versus, say, medication alone. So van der Kolk himself was one of the first people to start promoting the prescription mood inhibitors, uptakers. There's a special pharmaceutical name for these, SSRIs, I believe. But he was one of the first people to really study that effect on people with trauma. But one thing he noticed is after 10 years, he noticed that the patient who used the prescription, in addition to talk therapy, was able to really do better than just talk therapy alone or many other common modes of psychotherapy. But when you introduce the idea of yoga, of breath exercise, then what he noticed, this same level of relief was attainable through yoga without any prescriptions. And in addition to that, he was able to notice that the people who used their practice, exercise, better living lifestyles, better eating, these people were able to maintain future, react better, be more resilient to future stress versus people who were taking the prescriptions, and these people were
kind of like zoned out for the most part. So one of the beautiful aspects of yoga, of Tai Chi, is this connection that the person has to their body and to their inner ability to heal. And it's incredible what you can achieve without side effects of medication. And so that's just one of the nice things that I have to say about yoga.
Thank you, Jeani.
Well, that's one of the things they say is like what you can't feel, you can't heal. So I think bringing that awareness to the body is, in yoga and Tai Chi, I think that's one of the main avenues for personal transformation is, we do a thing in Tai Chi, we call it the checklist, where we just start from the feet and we work the way up. And we have very specific imagery that is pertaining to each of those body parts. And, we've had people just kind of start crying during it. And just like you're talking about trauma residing in certain parts of the body, I think all body workers and massage people have had that experience where they're working on someone's leg or something and they suddenly begin to weep because it's releasing a memory, it's releasing a trauma. So I think all of these forms of body awareness really help that a lot.
All right, thank you, Robert, and thank you, Jeani. We appreciate it. If you want to learn more, join one of their classes and you can find out more about gentle yoga as well as Tai Chi. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Susan, Robert, and Jeani. Next, we have the ACC Guitar Ensemble. This group began in 2011, is an 8-member acoustic music group of advanced and semi-pro guitarists, including ACC's own CEO and president, Darrick Lam. All of the guitarists in this group began learning their chops in the 60s to early 70s, performing at amateur and paid folk rock gigs and even some demonstrations. They have enjoyed performing throughout ACC and church and community benefit events. Here's their first song, Love.
Which one?
You or this?
Oh, that one, okay.
Look at me, oh, okay. Be my yasashi mochi, very good. Don't lose to them.
Very honored to have back with us Mary Nakamura, representing now the Guitar Ensemble. So Mary, I know you've had the opportunity to perform virtually, but I know there must be some things you miss about performing live in person.
Sure, yes, thank you so much, Tim. So with the Guitar Ensemble, as you saw, there's 8 of us. We were able to, thanks to technology, able to get together, and Ted filmed us. But pre-pandemic, we were able to perform for the residents, particularly at Greenhaven Terrace. And they would always, come and be excited that we came, and they'd give us like a song request. And so we'd, just work on songs that they knew and could remember and reminisce. And I think we missed that a lot. So we're looking forward to post-pandemic being able to get out there again and bring some joy to the residents.
I'm sure they miss you as well. So Mary, what song are we going to hear next?
So the next song is Pack Up Your Sorrows, and it's going to feature some nice guitar solos with Glenn Watanabe and George Connor.
If somehow you can pack up your sorrows and give them all to me, you would lose them. I know how to use them. Give them all to me.
No use crying, talking to that stranger, naming the sorrow you see. Too many bad times, too many sad times, nobody knows what you mean.
If somehow you can pack up your sorrows and give them all to me, you would lose them. I know how to use them. Give them all to me.
No use rambling, walking in the shadows, trailing a wandering star. No one beside you, no one will hide you, nobody knows where you are.
If somehow you can pack up your sorrows and give them all to me, you would lose them. I know how to use them. Give them all to me.
No use roaming, walking the roadside, seeking a satisfied mind. Too many highways, too many byways, nobody walking behind.
If somehow you can pack up your sorrows and give them all to me, you would lose them. I know how to use them. Give them all to me. You would lose them. I know how to use them. Give them all to me.
Well, it's my pleasure to be back with our administrator and marketing manager from Maple Tree Village. We are excited to be able to talk about our newest community at ACC. I will say that the COVID pandemic has really put a bit of a crimp in our style as we opened Maple Tree Village and had residents move in January of 2020, and then by March we were hit pretty hard. So Deborah is our administrator and has been there since January, and Scott, of course, was there before we opened Maple Tree. So I'll ask you, what are the biggest issues and obstacles that you've been dealing with at Maple Tree Village over the last 15 months of this pandemic?
Well, I think, of course, it changed our world, and especially for our seniors, where it was difficult for them to understand really what was going on. But the education and the resources that we received from ACC to lessen the worry, to have the PPE, explain what that was all about. And to explain what that was all about helped in calming the fears. The secondary effect that was really a concern is that when they were assigned and somewhat isolated to their rooms, the secondary issues around lack of mobility, lack of social interaction was really challenging. And I have to say that staff really stepped up. We received the resources that we needed for the residents to continue to have somewhat of a normal life where they didn't deteriorate. And in addition, we kept Maple Tree Village COVID-free, and that has been a very big success story for us.
Yeah, that's great. Really appreciate all of the hard work there. I know one of the most difficult things is, as you know, one of the features of ACC is all of the family involvement that we have. And for a long time, our families couldn't come in, and that wasn't ACC saying that, that was really the regulatory body. So not being able to see your families up close, not being able to hug, has been very difficult and really, something that I think tore at everybody's heart in the last 15 months. So what's kept everybody going at MTV? What do you think has really inspired people and kept them going through this very long pandemic?
Well, my personal inspiration, Melanie, has been with the frontline staff. They have stepped up. They have protected their own families as well as our residents that they care for. They showed up every single day to do the job that was required to keep our facility COVID-free. They gave up much of their social life that may have been a risk of transmitting COVID into our facility. It was a tremendous commitment and a team effort, and that's what kept us going in leadership positions.
Yeah, thank you, Debbie. I know, Scott, this has been particularly difficult for you. You are very social, as everybody knows, and marketing manager. How have you kept going over this time?
Absolutely. We found kind of creative ways to continue marketing the community and really making sure that we're helping those out in the community that still needed a need. COVID did not stop seniors from needing senior housing, did not stop life events from happening that we can support our residents through and new residents coming into the community. So we found creative ways through digital, virtual tours, things of that nature. And now as we start to move into a little bit more of an opening phase, we're able to now welcome residents and prospective residents back into the community. But most of all, we're also able to welcome back our families, our volunteers, our entertainers, all of the things that make a community whole.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. So I know that's a question everybody has. So we are admitting people to Maple Tree Village. right?
Absolutely. We're welcoming new residents in, and now we're able to offer on-site tours. So modified tours, of course, to protect our residents from any outside exposure to COVID-19, but really able to still show off the community. As you mentioned earlier, a lot of people did not get a chance to see Maple Tree Village before we had to close to outside visitors. So now it's kind of an opportunity for all of us to show off the community again and residents to show off their home.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think one of the big priorities that ACC has made in terms of Maple Tree Village is funding for clinical staff. We now have LVNs, which is not required by regulation to have, but we brought in a clinical team that now can address the aging of our seniors as they move through their phases of life. So, and we have appreciated that.
Absolutely. Really the support of the board of directors and, everybody throughout ACC, your committee, I know, has been very involved during this time. So I think another burning question is, how full is Maple Tree at this point? We built this beautiful building. If you haven't gotten a chance to see it yet, you definitely want to. But how many people are there now, Scott?
Sure. So we're hitting right around the 50% mark, which is always nice for us, given the time frames that we were not doing new resident admissions. So being able to still grow the community, we have a lot of opportunity in our assisted living and a few select opportunities within our memory care for new residents to come and join the community and see what Maple Tree's all about.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I just want to thank both of you and all of the staff, the team at MTV for, really hanging in there and doing a wonderful job over the last 15 months. You guys have just really been amazing. And, I'm looking forward to better things and what's next, right?
Absolutely.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now we have the first of 3 book giveaways. Not Who You Think I Am, An Asian American Woman's Political Journey. And this is my own book. It actually is. Sadly, this one is not autographed. Happy to say that the ones you'll have the chance to get will be autographed. On March 4th, ACC put on a special event with Tom Nakashima interviewing Mei Lee on her upbringing and her book. Mei Lee is well known in the API community, and this is her memoir and political history. Mei Lee has received rave reviews on her book. The first caller to donate $500 or more will receive the autographed book. So please call the number on the screen and the phone bank will take your donation and information. Now, where's Mei Lee?
All right, I do have a donation of $500, but this one doesn't qualify for the autographed book because this is from Ron and Mei Lee Tom. Thank you very much, Ron and Mei Lee. Again, the first caller to pledge $500 or more is going to receive Mei Lee's autographed book. So get on the phone, call our phone bank, make your donation of $500 or more. Now it's my pleasure to welcome to our telethon today a very special guest, Congresswoman Doris Matsui, a longtime supporter of ACC. Doris?
Hi, I'm Congresswoman Doris Matsui, and I am proud to represent the Sacramento region. For decades, ACC employees and volunteers have dedicated themselves to giving back to our community and truly believe in honoring and caring for seniors. Many have chosen ACC to spend their golden years. They have received care and support, especially during this difficult year. I am proud to be a strong supporter of ACC Senior Services, an important community partner.
Hi. Okay. Hello. I'm going to be talking to you about tsuru for solidarity and making origami cranes or tsurus. So we'll go to the next frame, please. For the people of Japan, the crane or tsuru is considered a national treasure, appearing in art, literature, and folklore. Cranes were once an endangered species in Japan, but the government has made efforts to preserve them by increasing their population in the wild. The Japanese regard the crane as a symbol of good fortune and longevity because it's fabled the lifespan of the crane can go for 1,000 years. Now, folding paper cranes is a time-honored tradition in Japan and for the Japanese American community. Many of you have probably heard the story of Sadako and the 1,000 Cranes. It's about a girl from Hiroshima who survives the atomic bomb, but learns later that she has leukemia from radiation. This is also known as the atom bomb disease. Sadako is hospitalized, and at the urging of her best friend, she begins to fold paper cranes in the hopes that if she folds 1,000, she will have her wish for being healed. Sadly, Sadako's life ended before she completed her goal of 1,000 cranes. However, the story of Sadako and 1,000 cranes has become very symbolic and read by children all over the world. And it has become a symbol of peace, friendship, hope, and perseverance. At the Hiroshima Peace Memorial Park, there is a children's peace monument with Sadako at the top of the monument holding a wire crane above her head. Thousands of origami cranes are sent by children from around the world, and again, as a symbol of hope for peace. A couple of years ago, my husband Titus and I visited Japan, and we stopped at Hiroshima to see the Peace Monument. When we were there in the museum, there was a special exhibit on tsuru and a place where you could fold cranes. I began to fold the cranes, and then I began teaching people around me also how to fold these tsurus. I learned that in 2016, President Obama visited the memorial and learned how to fold the paper cranes, and they are on display. More recently, the tsuru has become the symbol of a movement among Japanese Americans to raise awareness of the unjust treatment and forceful separation of children and families at the U.S.-Mexico border. For Japanese Americans, these events brought back painful memories of the World War II incarceration when families and children were forced into incarceration camps. Tsuru for Solidarity has held events all over the United States to bring attention to the treatment of children at the border. In 2020, Tsuru for Solidarity was planning on going to Washington, D.C. to bring 125,000 tsuru, which would represent each Japanese American who was in the incarceration camps, the 125,000 people. However, the event was canceled because of COVID. So the organization and people continued to fold these tsurus and reached 250,000 tsuru cranes. But now the goal has gone up to 525,000 tsuru to honor the Japanese Americans during World War II who were incarcerated, and 400,000 immigrants incarcerated annually in U.S. detention centers. Closer to home, tsuru took flight and made a stop at ACC Senior Services. Recently, volunteers put up tsuru displays at ACC to highlight thousands of Northern Californians who folded tsuru during 2020. Through the hard work of volunteers like Lorna Fong, ACC members and friends joined in Sacramento organizations to fold tsuru cranes for Tsuru for Solidarity. And as an example, Jean and Jim Kawano have folded 20,000 tsuru by themselves. So here's where the tsuru have landed at ACC's Care Center. Next, Maple Tree Village, then Greenhaven Terrace, where the tsuru were greeted by Brittany Yamada. And here they are at ACC Senior Services Park City campus. Notice the pretty colors and the suru paper. And each string has about 100 suru. So now, my daughter Caitlin and I are going to demonstrate how you fold origami tsuru. So first, start with a square piece of paper, and the standard size is 6 by 6 inches. Place the print side or the color side of the paper face down. Fold the paper in half diagonally to create a triangle. Then fold in half again to make a smaller triangle. Orient the paper so that the opening is facing you. Lift the top triangle and open it to bring the top point to the bottom point. Now this creates a square. Flip the paper over and repeat on the other side. Orient the paper so the opening is on the bottom. Now we are going to make a kite shape. First, bring one side of the bottom edge of the top layer to the center crease line and fold to form half of a kite. Repeat on the other side. Fold to the middle to complete the kite shape. Then flip the paper over and repeat. Fold to the middle on one side. Repeat on the other side. And now you have a kite on both sides. Next, fold down the top triangle of the kite so that the tip is in the center. Now undo the kite fold so you are back to a square. Orient the square so that the opening is on the bottom. Next, we are going to create a diamond shape. Lift up the top layer of the square so you see the inside and the crease lines we made from the kite fold. We are going to use the crease lines to help you bring the edges of the square to the center. So begin by bringing the edge of one side of the square to the center. Press down to create half of the diamond shape. And then repeat on the other side to create the full diamond. Next, flip over the paper and repeat to create a diamond on the other side. You open, fold to the center on one side, fold the other side to the center, and now you have a diamond on both sides. You'll notice that one half of the diamond is split and looks like legs. Orient the paper so the legs are on the bottom. Next, you're going to make a more narrow diamond. Fold the bottom edge of one side of the top layer to the center. Then repeat on the other side. You fold to the center. Then flip over the paper and you repeat on the other side, folding each side to the center. Now you're going to still have the two legs, and these are going to become the head and the tail of the crane. So to make the head and the tail, open the side of one leg and flip it up as far as it will go. Then close the edges together. Repeat on the other leg. Open, flip up, and close. Then pull out the head and tail slightly so the edges of the head and the tail are aligned with the body. Now for the last step, you're going to make the head. Open one side, fold down a half an inch, then close the edges back together again. And here you go, an origami crane or tsuru. Thank you, everybody.
Welcome back. I do have an announcement to make because we had a high bidder of $500, and they are going to get the autographed copy of Meili Tom's book. So thank you very much to Sue Lim. Sue Lim, the better half to Art Lim. Sue and Art, thank you very much for your donation. We now welcome back Solonaire, Carlo Fontanella and Ellen Solomon. They're our house band. In March, they gave a concert here at ACC that was live streamed with many viewers. One quote from viewer George Connor said, "Great job on the Solonaire concert last night. Carla and her bandmates were fabulous." Now we all get to hear their great music again. Solonaire.
This is a song that goes out to all the mothers out there. We're going to be celebrating Mother's Day very soon. The song is Mother's Love by Segar.
It's a love, unconditional love we all get to know. From the time we're born, for the rest of our lives. It's a love where your heart's content. A love I know was heaven sent. A certain kind of love that can only make you smile. It's a love with security. As a child, we all surely need the comfort of this love constantly. A mother's love, a love we can't compare. A mother's love, because she truly cares. It's a love that's so special, a mother's love. With gentle tenderness, in our loving arms we hold so tight. It's a love we know that's always near. It's plain to see, it's all so clear. Just call her name and she'll be there. It's a love with serenity. In our heart she will always be so full of love, a love so sweet, a mother's love. It's not hard to understand, a mother's love. She gives you all she can. It's a love everlasting, a mother's love. Yes, we may change, but our love remains the same. No matter what we do, she won't think twice. She made that sacrifice. She'll do anything for you. mother's love. You can see it in her eyes, a mother's love, a love we can't deny. It's a love never ending, a mother's love. It's a love never ending, a mother's love. It's a love everlasting, a mother's love.
Thank you.
Mahalo to Solunaire. Before we proceed to the next segment, I wanted to mention this backdrop behind me. A lot of work was really placed in the production of this whole set, and this is an example. Shout out to Lisa and Tien for putting this backdrop together and doing a lot of other work to make this happen today. So a big shout out to Lisa and Tien. Thank you very much. Now we have a music video produced by the ACC Care Center staff. The staff at the Care Center are energetic, creative, and give the best care, of course, to the residents. They always have entertaining videos, so let's see what they have for us today.
At ACC Care Center, we have on average 230 activities a month, with focus on person-centered activities, creating meaningful moments and meeting residents' physical, cognitive, sensory, social, and emotional needs. In fact, it's like a cruise ship on land. We recently developed a new activity that meets all of those criteria. Using yoga balls on top of buckets, residents are given drumsticks and we play stimulating music and drum together. Our residents enjoy it so much. It is such a big hit that we decided to incorporate it in our performance for this year's Big Day of Giving Telethon. I hope you enjoy it.
That looks like fun.
It is.
May I try?
Yes, you may.
Ready, guys?
was great.
Yeah! Bring Hawaii 5-0 back to CBS. Come on. You got great staff here, don't you?
That was wonderful. Tamara and her team and Debbie Woods, activity director, they always come with real creative ideas. And I tell you, the residents at Care Center, they have the best staff, the best entertainment that you could, money can't even buy what they did.
Absolutely. Thanks very much. We also wanted to point out, Jean, A special shout out to the nursing staff at the facilities, Care Center, Maple Tree Village, and Greenhaven Terrace. Today is actually the start of National Nurses Week, and we want to thank the ACC nurses and nurses everywhere for the great care you continue to provide, especially during the pandemic. They are truly our heroes.
They are. They've done such a great job, and we can't thank them enough that they take such great care. They're so inspirational that they are truly our heroes.
So, all the nurses, big shout out to you. Thank you so much. We've passed the 2-hour mark, Jean, and I know we set an initial goal in the first hour of $50,000. Then I think we got to the $100,000 mark, correct?
Yeah, we just surpassed the $100,000 mark. We hit our goal.
Yeah.
But
Yes?
what should we do next, Stuart?
We have to up our goal beyond 150. We want to go higher than 150, and we have time to do it.
Yes, we have, what, 3 more hours to go?
Yep.
So we want to set a new goal of $150,000. So we know you can do it.
So please give from your hearts, give us a call, go on the websites, either the Big Day of Giving website or the ACCSV.org website, or you can mail a check in, or you can drop a check off here at our offices, and we have staff on hand in front to take your donation. So please, give from your heart, give often.
Yes, please donate. So starting into our 3rd hour, we've got more to go. We have more entertainment, more songs, more performers, more interviews. So stay tuned for another great half of the show.
Okay. I think we have a special presentation. Am I correct right now?
Yes, so we're going to go and I'm going to talk about, we're going to have a check presentation. So now we have Elizabeth Battaglia from the Sierra-Sacramento Valley Medical Alliance presenting a grant check for $8,624.37 to Helen Yee, who's on ACC's Fund Development Committee, to fund ACC's online classes and workshops.
Thank you, Jean. I'm here with my good friend Liz Battaglia, and I'm so grateful that you're here today participating on the Big Day of Giving.
Thank you, Helen. I'm here because I'm a member of the SSV MSA, and it's with great pleasure that we've decided to honor your grant request in the amount of $8,624.37 to purchase production-related hardware and software needed to provide online wellness classes. It is our honor to do so. We also donated the production on the wall there, this embroidered work of art, to the ACC Center. And I just want to let you know that we're glad we could be part of your fundraising this year on the Big Day of Giving.
Well, on behalf of ACC, we accept your gifts and appreciate your kindness and generosity. And we look forward to the Alliance to participate in quality online programming for this community. So thank you, and back to you, Jean.
It'll be our pleasure.
So we thank Helen Yee for accepting the grant check, and we thank the Sierra-Sacramento Valley Medical Society Alliance for the grant to purchase hardware and software for our online program and the very nice embroidery work that they donated. You know, it costs ACC approximately $6,000 a month to put on the online offering of classes, the cooking segments, the concerts, the workshops, and special events. So Tim Corcoran has been instrumental in getting the online program started by assisting with the technical production for the first offerings of our online classes. So Tim, you want to talk about that?
Well, thanks. Yeah, and thanks again, Elizabeth, for that generous grant donation. As I've said before, the ACC online programs is just so near and dear to my heart. You know, ACC was exploring getting into virtual offerings before the pandemic, and the pandemic really just thrust upon us as just something as not a nice to have, but something we really needed to have in order to stay engaged with our community that really needed, I think, ACC more than ever. And I appreciate you saying I was instrumental. I would say I was just a support person. I had the best seat in the house, as I've said. To see Ted Fong and his super talented team at work in putting this together. And I'll tell you from firsthand experience and seeing Ted and his team on a shoestring initially through heart, soul, ingenuity, initiative, basically piecing together those early offerings and making it look production, just high first class, right? And here we are today. I think we've come a long way, again, thanks to that talented group. And the support we're receiving today through that grant, through your donations, are really going to just help us continue to improve upon what we offer today and expand additional offerings. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Tim. Yeah, please donate, because your donations will help us fund the equipment that we need, because a lot of what we use today is borrowed, and Ted generously gives us and borrows our equipment. So thank you so much. So now I'm going to throw it over to Stuart.
Jean, Tim, get your muscles loose, get ready to stretch, and get ready to have some fun because it's exercise time. It's not terribly hot. We can all loosen them up. ACC's Home and Community Services program does offer exercise classes, and one of their most popular instructors is here with us today, Rowena Alberto. Please join me, and I'm going to toss it over to you. Maybe you can introduce your exercisees and then take us through a routine, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Okay. The steps. Hope you can join us here today.
Tim, do you want us to just go directly into the next segment and have Jean?
Everybody hands up! To the side! Up! Side! Oh! Circle! Ho ho! Circle up and down. March! Woohoo! Back! Arms to the side. Up, up, up. Back. March. Hands up. Hands up, baby, hands up. To the side. Hands up. Hands up, baby, hands up. Forward. Circle. Down. March. With your head. Woo-hoo! In the sky. Woo-hoo! 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 Never starts looking at me. Ho-ho! Don't waste your time. Arms to the side. I'm matching mine. Up. No use to play hide and seek. Everybody hands up! Baby, hands up. Side! Woo, woo, woo! Hands up! Hands up, baby, hands up. Forward! Circle! Bring it back! And down. March! Let me be your Romeo, your wonder boy. Back! And your super jet. Hands to the side. Let me take you to the Milky Way. Woohoo! On a holiday, follow me. Ho-ho! Why don't you follow me? Woo-hoo! Just on my way, simply kiss me and say, hands up! Hands up! Woo! Baby, hands up! Side! Give me your heart, give me your heart, give me up. Hands up! Baby, hands up! Forward! Give me your heart, give me your heart. Hands up! Hands up! Baby, hands up! Side! Give me your heart, give me your heart, give me. Hands up! That's the way. Thank you! Good job, everybody!
exercise, people. That was great. Are you energetic now? Did you get up on your couch? Did you follow along and do those movements? Well, thank you so much. So now we have a message from Winston Ashizawa, our past chair of the ACC Board of Directors and longtime ACC supporter, going back to when ACC first got started over 50 years ago.
Hi, this is Winston Ashizawa, past ACC Board Chair and current co-chair of the Fund Development Committee. ACC Senior Services has been and always will be a community-based organization. From our humble beginnings 50 years ago in a house by Southside Park to an organization that now has 3 outstanding facilities, our approach is always to serve the needs of the community. Our status as a nonprofit ensures that seniors will always come first. We depend on your financial support. Now, back to our telethon.
It's now my pleasure to introduce a very special guest here to our ACC Telethon. Nilda Valmoris is the Executive Director of My Sister's House. The Big Day of Giving in the region does fundraise for over about 600 nonprofits. One of those is My Sister's House. Nilda, thank you for joining us today. We do have some questions about what My Sister's House does. So could you explain for those watching about your organization?
Sure. Thank you, Stuart. And thank you, ACC, for having My Sister's House here today on Big Day of Giving. So My Sister's House is a nonprofit that helps victims of domestic violence, sexual assault, and human trafficking. What's different about us is that we really focus on trying to help Asian Pacific Islander women and children that are fleeing, points of trauma.
And tell us about the process by which someone would want to contact you. Is there a hotline? How does that all work?
Yeah, we have a 24/7 helpline, so people can call us, and you could be calling for your mother, you could be calling for your sister, you could be calling for yourself, you could be calling for a friend, and we really encourage people to call us because a lot of times it takes a lot of energy for someone to leave. It doesn't happen with a first call, and then we also have to make sure we only have 6 emergency beds available. So sometimes many times it's a matter of timing of if there's a bed available. The thing that's important to know is that My Sister's House has other services that people can access while they might be trying to prepare to leave, including legal services, counseling, job training, and so forth.
Why don't you give us some contact information? So do you have the hotline number?
Yes.
And also your website?
Yeah, our 24/7 helpline is 916-428-3271. And our website is my-sisters-house.org, my-sisters-house.org.
Please remember the phone number and the website address. Big Day of Giving is not just about ACC. It's about so many area nonprofits. One of them is My Sister's House. And this is your opportunity to really check My Sister's House, donate to them as well, help make a difference in the lives of so many people who need your help. So, Nilda, thank you very much for being part of our telethon today.
Oh, at My Sister's House, we feel like we have so much overlap with so many wonderful donors and supporters and your wonderful staff. So we're thankful to ACC and all the work that it does.
Thank you so much. All right, we're going to welcome Jean. Nilda, thank you very much.
Thank you, Nilda, for coming. Thank you, Stuart. So before I introduce our next segment, we just got a phone call at the phone bank. They're busy. And we just got a $7,500 donation. Yay! From Craig and Kathy Sue, and they are from Meadow Vista, California. So thank you for calling in and watching the telethon. We really appreciate your support and your donation. Thank you so much. So just a few weeks ago on April 22nd, ACC hosted a jazz concert with Steve and Francesca Holman. They are local jazz musicians who put on a fantastic concert. It was their first live performance in over a year, and they were delighted for ACC to host the concert for them. So here are highlights from that jazz concert. Enjoy.
Embrace me my sweet embraceable you. Embrace me, you, irreplaceable you. Just one look at you, my heart grew tipsy in me. You and you alone, you bring out the gypsy in me. I love all the many charms about you. Above all, I want my arms around you. Don't be a naughty baby, come to mama do, my sweet embraceable you. Yeah, embrace me. The jazz and samba, the jazz and samba, hear it all around. The jazz and samba, the jazz and samba sound. The jazz and samba, the jazz and samba, swinging soft and low. The jazz and samba, the jazz and samba, go. Jet from Rio, non-stop USA. This new sound came one day, it's clear that it's here to stay. You know that it's jazz and samba, so refreshing. It's like a new perfume. The jazz and samba, the jazz and samba. Oh, so dance to samba, so dance to samba, so dance to samba. Bye, 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 bye. So dance to samba, so dance to samba, so dance to samba, bye. So dance to samba, so dance to samba. Bye, 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 bye. So dance to samba, so dance to samba, so dance to samba, bye.
And also, I want to talk about senior citizens a little bit too, because I have a senior citizen. I might be one myself, actually, because I'm 66. I think I'm considered that now. But my mom's 90. And so what's really important about senior citizens and is that you need to call them. You need to Zoom meetings with them. You need to reach out to them as much as you can if you're younger than 90. So I can relate to everything that's going on in this facility. This is a wonderful facility. My mom is in Woodland, California. Anyway, we need you guys, and they need you, and we're happy that you guys exist. And also, I actually gave my mom her first hug 2 weeks ago, and I hadn't hugged her in 10 months. So yeah, pretty cool. So this next song, getting back to the music, we decided to sneak a Burt Bacharach, Hal David song in here. And this is called The Look of Love. And we love the way Diana Krall does it, but we're going to do it our own way.
The look of love is in your eyes. A look your smile can't disguise. The look of love, it's saying so much more than just words could ever say. And what my heart has heard, well, it takes my breath away, yeah, yeah. I can hardly wait to hold, feel my arms around you. How long I have waited just to love. Now that I have found you, you've got the look of love. It's on your face, the look, the time can't erase. Let this be just the start of so many nights like this. Let's take a lover's vow and we'll seal it with a kiss, yeah. I can hardly wait to hold, feel my arms around you. How long I have waited just to love. Now that I have found you, can hardly wait to hold, feel my arms around you. How long I have waited, waited just to love. Now that I've found you, don't ever go, don't ever go, don't ever go, don't ever go. I love you so.
What an awesome sampling. What was a really a great concert. So now we have our next live performance here, and you are in for a real treat. This we have here now is the Franklin High School Vocal Ensemble, an award-winning group from Elk Grove. They're led by Ms. Colleen Hogue and student director Leland Fong. The vocal ensemble also wowed us all at the ACC Home for the Holidays program last December with 2 wonderful songs that I urge you to check out later on ACC's Facebook page. No description I could provide would do justice to the talent of these young people, so we'll just jump to it and let them sing it for themselves in this live performance.
I know your eyes in the morning sun. I feel you touch me in the pouring rain. And the moment that you wander far from me, I wanna feel you in my arms again. And you come to me on a summer breeze, keep me warm in your love, then you softly leave. And it's me you need to show. How deep is your love?
How deep is your love? How deep is your love? Do I really mean to love? 'Cause we're living in a world of fools, breaking us down when they all should let us be. We belong to you and me. I believe in you, and you know the door to my very soul. You're the light to my deepest, darkest star. You're my savior when I fall. And you may not think I care for you when you know down inside that I really do. And it's me you need to show. Ta-da.
How deep is your love?
How deep is your love? How deep is your love? Do you really mean to love? 'Cause we're living in a world of fools, breaking us down when they all should let us be. We belong to you and me.
La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. And you come to me on a summer breeze, keep me warm in your love, then you softly leave. And it's me you need to show. How deep is your love?
How deep is your love? How deep is your love? Do I really mean to love? 'Cause we're living in a world of fools, breaking us down when they all should let us be. We belong to you and me. Da 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 la la da 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 da. How deep is your love? How deep is your love? Do I really mean to love? 'Cause we're living in a world of fools, breaking us down when they all should let us be. We belong to you and me.
Oh, Danny boy, the pipes are
Addy, 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 odi, 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 skilla-dita-dita-dum.
He was a famous trumpet man from out Chicago way.
He had a boogie style that no one else could play. He's in the army now, I'm blowing reveille. He's a boogie woogie bugle boy from Company B. Because you're mine, I walk the line. When the night was calm and the land is dark, oh stand, oh stand. Ba 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 ba. I wanna hold your hand. I wanna hold your
R-E-S-B-C-T, find out what it means to me. R-E-S-B-C-T, take care, T-C-B, A-B-C, as easy as 1, 2, 3, as simple as do, re, mi, A-B-C, 1, 2, 3, baby, you and me, girl. No, 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 no. Mamma mia, mamma mia, mamma mia, let me go. Beelzebub has the devil put aside for me, for me, for me. Celebrate good times, come on.
Celebration, celebration.
Oh, don't stop believing,
'cause this is Thriller,
Thriller night.
Can't touch this.
Hit me, baby, one more time. Say my name, when no one is around you. Running game, I want it that way.
Hey, yeah. Don't want to meet your daddy. Hey, yeah. I remember when I lost my mind.
I kissed a girl and I liked it. Taste of her cherry chopstick.
Ooh la la.
I got a feeling that tonight's gonna be good night. That tonight's gonna be good night.
Baby, oh love.
We found love in a hopeless place. Just trying to stay up, cashing in a bad love.
Now you're just somebody that I whoop up. Call me maybe.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Franklin High Ensemble, Ms. Ho, Leland. Amazing performance. And you know what? I wouldn't be surprised if we have one or more future Ming Acapella performers at UC Berkeley in that group. I bet you. All right. Well, speaking of great performances, we want to welcome Melanie Tom. Melanie needs no introduction. You've already bid for her autographed book. Melee's been a long-time supporter of ACC and has performed many times for ACC in our past Big Day of Giving events and the annual holiday program. So let's join Melanie Tom for a few of her favorite performances. Melanie, take it away.
Thank you, Jean, Stuart, and Kim, for that very nice introduction. And thank you for having me here at ACC for this Day of Giving. Thanks to supporters like you, ACC is able to provide programs, activities, and facilities to enrich the experience of our seniors. Today, I'm going to take you down to memory lane and sing some of my old favorites from the past, and I hope you enjoy them.
you'll never find, as long as you live, someone who loves you like I do. You'll never find, no matter where you search, someone who cares about you the way I do. Oh, I'm not bragging on myself, baby, but I'm the one who loves you, and there's no one else. No, there's no one else. You'll never find, he'll take the end of all time, someone to understand you like I do. You'll never find the rhythm, the rhyme, all the magic we share, just us two. Oh, I'm not trying to make you stay, baby, but I know somehow, someday, some way, you're gonna miss my loving. You're gonna miss my love. You're gonna miss my love. Oh, late in the midnight hour, baby, when it's cold outside, you're gonna miss my love. You'll never find another love like mine, someone who needs you like I do. You'll never see what you found in me. You keep searching and searching your whole life too. Oh, I don't wish you no bad luck, baby, but there's no ifs or buts or maybe. You're gonna miss my loving. You're gonna miss my loving. You're gonna miss my love. Oh, oh, oh. Late in the midnight hour, baby.
Thank you, thank you. So glad you enjoyed that old Lulu Rawls song, and he made famous a while ago. And next song I'm gonna do is an old Elvis Presley song that was made popular again by the movie Crazy Rich Asians.
Wise men say only fools rush in, but I can't help falling in love with you. Shall I stay? Would it be a sin if I can't help falling in love with you? Like a river's flows surely to the sea, darling, so it goes. Some things are meant to be. So take my hand, take my whole life too, for I can't help falling in love with you. Like a river's flows surely to the sea, darling, so it goes. Some things are meant to be. So take my hand, take my whole life too, for I can't help falling in love with you, for I can't help falling in love with you.
Thank you, thank you. Hope you enjoyed that favorite love song. Next song I'm going to do is an old Judy Garland song that I wish and hope for all of you.
Somewhere over the rainbow, way up high, there's a land that I heard of once in a lullaby. Somewhere over the rainbow, skies are blue, and the dreams that you dare to dream really do come true. Someday I'll wish upon a star and wake up where the clouds are far behind me, where troubles melt like lemon drops way above the chimney tops. That's where you'll find me, somewhere over the rainbow. Bluebirds fly, birds fly over the rainbow. Why, then oh why can't I? If happy little bluebirds fly beyond the rainbow, why, oh why can't I?
Thank you, and thank you again for joining and supporting ACC.
Thank you so much, Mei Lee, for your inspiring message and music. And speaking of Mei Lee, we now have the opportunity to have you bid for the second of our 3 book giveaways. This is Mei Lee Tom's I'm Not Who You Think I Am, An Asian American Woman's Political Journey. Mei Lee is well known in the API community And this is her memoir and political history. Maylee's book has received rave reviews, and this is your chance to own an autographed version of Maylee's book. If you are the first one to call in with a donation of $500 or more, you will receive a copy of an autographed book from Maylee. So please call the number on the screen. The phone bank is waiting for your call. Again, $500 or more will get you the autographed book, and also recognition on our crawl that you are a major donor to ACC. Thank you very much. Let me bring in Tim Corcoran now. Tim?
Thank you, Stuart. If Maylee's still around, I still have my book, and I brought my own pen, so just saying. So now we have the ACC Folk Guitar Club. The impetus for this popular music group began in 2012 when ukulele performers from ACC's ukulele groups wanted to learn guitar and to jam with beginning guitar players from throughout the community. It would turn out to be an effective and fun way to advance their guitar and singing skills. Many now are intermediate and advanced guitar players, and like all of ACC's music groups, they play and enjoy a wide variety of music. Before the pandemic, the club would entertain quarterly at ACC's Care Center. The first song they are performing is Only You.
Only you can make this world seem right. Only you can make the darkness bright. Only you and you alone can thrill me like you do, and fill my heart with love for only you. Only you.
Only you, darling.
Can make this change.
I am transformed.
For it's true.
You can't deny it.
You are my destiny.
Fate has drawn us together.
When you hold
Oh, yes.
my hand, I
Oh, yes.
understand the magic that you do.
You're voodoo, baby.
You're my dreams come true.
Sweet, sweet dream.
And only you.
My one and only you.
Only you can make this change in me. For it's true. You are my destiny. When you hold my hand, I understand the magic that you do. You're my dream come true, my one and only you.
Today with us is Tim Shironaka of the ACC Folk Guitar Club. And I wanted to ask you if you might share a little more background of the group.
Yes, thank you. The Folk Guitar Club, I've only been a member for the last 2 years, is a pretty diverse group. I would say that the guitarists are all very experienced, but we have from beginning to advanced. And what's nice to hear from them is their range of musical styles. It's very, very diverse.
That's wonderful, Tim. You mind introducing the next song we're going to hear?
Okay, that was our first song was Only You, and our next song that we're going to be doing is Have You Seen the Rain by Creedence Clearwater.
told me long ago, there's a calm before the storm, and I know it's been coming for some time. When it's over, so they say, it'll rain a sunny day, and I know, shining down like water. I wanna know, have you ever seen the rain? I wanna know, have you ever seen the rain? Coming down on a sunny day. Yesterday or days before, sun is cold and rain is hard, and I know been that way for all my time. Till forever on it goes, through the circle fast and slow, and I know this can't stop our wonder. I wanna know, have you ever seen the rain? I wanna know, have you ever seen the rain? Coming down on a sunny day. I wanna know, have you ever seen the rain? I wanna know, have you ever seen the rain? Coming down on a sunny day.
Chief Operating Officer Melanie Segar with the staff from ACC's home and community-based programs. Joining Melanie is newly appointed Administrator Jerry Shikuma, Rides Manager Virginia Winicki, ACC Classes and Utility Assistance Manager Susan Sarinas, and Social Worker Sujin Yu. We're going to hear what they do and the services they provide to seniors in the community.
Thank you, Tim. It's our pleasure to be here today and to find folks that are the managers for our home and community-based services programs. I know that COVID-19 has really impacted our programs division in a huge way over the last 15 months. So maybe you all could talk about some of the challenges that you've faced and let people know kind of, what's been going on with everybody.
Let me start. This is Virginia again from ACC Rides. We have so many challenges, but the most telling one is we have very few clients to transport. Very few clients means lesser contribution and lesser revenue. Can you imagine, way back then we provide about 4,000 rides a month, and now we only have less than 300 rides. And staff actually will come up to me at times, Virginia, are we going to still have a job? And it really strikes me, okay, how am I going to answer these people? So it's like, snap of it. It's like, okay, we're going to have a job. I'm hoping we'll continue to provide the transportation that we need. And one time specifically, I drove in the parking lot and saw this row of vehicles. It's like reality sinks in. It's COVID. Before all the vehicles are out, a driver has to wait before another afternoon driver can use the vehicle. Now it's all gone. And it's frustrating because you really can't say anything. It's just like, let's wait and see what happens. And it's still challenging right now.
Yeah, thank you, Virginia.
Yeah, I want to say for ACC CSEP program, the pandemic just turned our service model on its head, right? Like before the pandemic, what we focused on was assigning older adults to host agencies all across Sacramento to do in-person training. But then after the pandemic and the shutdown, you know, our challenge was how do we stay connected with our participants? Most of them are at home, they live by themselves, they don't have access to technology, but they also are, you know, have underlying health conditions, and they're still needing to find employment. So how do we connect with them? How do we engage with them? And how do we make sure that they're still healthy and that they're still safe? You know, that was something that really, I think, weighed on all of us, the staff, every day, just trying to reach out and figure out a way that we're going to engage with our participants.
Yeah, Jerry, Virginia, that speaks to me almost the same volume as well, because I'm social worker with the caregiver support program here at ACC, and you know, I want to talk about the challenges that our clients went through during this pandemic as well. Many caregiving families lost the access to the support services. They were really cooped up at home with their loved ones. Sometimes they lost their jobs, and sometimes they had to, you know, homeschool their children while caring for their elder parents. And it is just such a isolating, you know, the experience. And our goal as a support program here was to be the at least one of the consistencies in their life, person to talk to when they are going through difficulties. And we did a lot of in-person home visits and the meetings, you know, the face-to-face meetings with the clients, but we couldn't do that anymore. So we had to be really creative, like you guys, to be, you know, finding the way to reach these people and be there for them, always available. So I think that was one of the really biggest challenges for us. Mm-hmm.
For my department, it's loss of staff. We lost 2 staff members and we lost volunteers. We had 8 office coordinators, so we had no one there except me. So being able to help people over the phone was difficult, learning how to tell people to fax things, to send things to me so I can help them with their phone or PG&E bills. I have even mailed people envelopes with stamps so they can mail things back to me so that I can make copies of their bills. Switching to online classes was also a challenge. We had so many in-person classes that going to a different format where people will have to actually log on, being able to teach people over the phone how to use Zoom was a challenge.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and we should say we didn't lose the people. They just weren't able to come to work because of COVID, so we don't want to scare anybody there, right? They're well, and we're looking forward to them returning. So what would you say, you know, you've all carried on, and Susan, you know, I know Sujin, and it was a one-woman show, you were a one-woman show. What's kept you going over the last 15 months? You know, what's inspired you?
Okay. I guess it's the staff. They come to work not knowing what they're going to do. Before, they get their schedule, they drive, and that's it. This time, there are tasks that they haven't done before, like delivering mail, making phone calls, or getting redeployed to other sites. That's one of the reasons that I have to go to work. I have to keep going. Another is our stakeholders. We banded more than it was before. We asked, they said, you ask and you shall receive. We keep asking, and they stepped up. Like Caltrans, Area Agency on Aging, Paratransit, the IT in America, and Anland, they helped us a lot. But, you know, the resources that we get is still not enough to support the program. It's all, our budget is over almost $1 million, and we only get not even probably a third of that amount. So where are we going to get the money from that? And aside from that, the support from the management, the committee member, and the community to guide us where we're supposed to go and keep us going.
Yeah, I think all of those things are super important, Virginia. For me, in addition to that, to a lot of the things you mentioned, for me, I think what inspired me was often this image I have in my head from this experience we had where one of our participants for the CSEP program came in one day to ACC, and when he walked in, you could just tell, I mean, he was kind of just dragging. It just looked like the weight of the world was on his shoulders. You know, he came in and he told us about how, you know, both of his parents were sick. He was still needing to find employment, and he had some health issues of his own, but his family was looking to him to be the caregiver. So we brought him out here actually on the patio because of the COVID restrictions, and we had set up a table, and we were able to give him a loan laptop that we got through funding from SMUD. And he spent some time with our college interns, and he learned how to set up an email account. We made arrangements for him to come back another time to learn how to Zoom so he could, you know, have better opportunities for his job searching and just be able to be connected to family and friends a little bit more easily. And by the time he left, you know, we also gave him resources and told him about Sujin's program and Bridge to Healthy Families. And by the time he left, he was laughing and joking, you know, and I just have this image of him walking out of here, you know, with his head up and carrying the lone laptop computer with him. And I just remember thinking, so that's why we do it. That's why we show up every day, you know, that's why we come even in the middle of this pandemic when a lot of us were, to be honest, also stressed and fearful about things that were happening with our own families and friends. That's why we keep coming to work every day, and that's kind of what inspires me even now.
See, the pandemic really didn't give us so much of a gripe. There's also a better side of it, or good side of it.
Yeah.
Like learning new things, making sure that things work, even though it's really hard to make it work. And thank you, Jerry.
Well, I agree with both of you guys. Challenges, we never, you know, let down in front of it. We like to, you know, take it with our best, you know, the commitment to, you know, to make the situation better. And I am like you, Jerry. I get inspired by the people I serve and also people I work with every day. During this bleak time, I received too many phone calls, you know, from the caregivers in tears. I don't know what I'm going to do at this point. I'm at my wit's end, and there's nobody to help me. And that's heartbreaking. But at the same time, it gives me the energy and the inspiration that this service is really needed, especially in this difficult time, to be the listening ears to them, to do the problem solving with them together, and being advocate for them, for the other, you know, the outside world. And the goal is always to make their tears into a brief moment of smile, to empower them, for them to feel that I can do this and there's a help available. I'm not alone. So that is the inspiration that I always keep in mind. And also the people that I work with, the volunteers for the Senior Companion as a Friendly Visitor Program, they never stopped. They couldn't see their clients, but they called their clients every day as often as possible to keep them, you know, sane in this difficult time. So I get inspiration from them every time.
Well, like you, Sujin, I get inspired by the people I work with and helping people. There was a mother who needed internet for her child so her child could attend school. That was really important to her. So being able to give that to the parent, it was very rewarding. Being able to get messages to the seniors and to be able to tell them how to use Zoom, how to connect. I get texts all the time. I can't see my screen, something's missing. And be able to tell them, okay, press this button and you should be able to see what's going on. And have them be really thrilled and say, gosh, that's so helpful, thank you.
Inspire me, that's for sure, and all that you've done. Looking forward, I know a lot of people that are tuning in with us today are really curious about what's going on with programs, where we're going from here. Jerry, as our new administrator, you want to kind of give people a little clue about what's happening?
Yes. Well, you know, now we're turning our attention towards recovery and towards reopening our programs and services. one of our big highlights is we'll be able to welcome back many of our volunteers that we really missed during the whole pandemic. So that's something we're really looking forward to.
But keep in mind, the pandemic is still here. So please keep wearing your mask, social distance as much as you can, go places where it's important for you to go, and if you have the chance to get your vaccine, please do so. Stay safe and be well.
Yeah, thanks, Virginia. That's true. Safety is still our top priority. You know, it's been a crazy year, right? There's been so much hardship and uncertainty. But at the same time, like Virginia said before, there's also been a lot of silver linings and a lot of unexpected victories and accomplishments. And I think in many ways, our programs, we've come out on the other end sort of stronger than we've ever been before. Our staff has really learned how to work together across programs and across divisions to provide really responsive services to seniors and their families. And we're poised to expand in a lot of really important areas like transportation and more information and referral services, greater digital literacy training, and for the first time, our online classes and offerings so that we can connect with all of our seniors and their families, not just in person, but across any distance, so that nobody has to feel isolated or so alone again. You know, the home and community-based programs is the only division at ACC that relies solely on donations and grants for our funding. And we all know how tenuous grants support can be from year to year, and that makes our programs vulnerable. So that's why today's event, this Big Day of Giving event, is really important for us. The contributions we get today is going to help us reopen safely and going to help us continue to provide the support and the services and really the spirit that so many people in the community depend on ACC for. So I think if you're watching us now or you're watching a recording of us later, I hope you'll consider donating to ACC. No matter how big or how small your contribution is, we'll really appreciate it, because now more than ever, we really are depending on your generosity. Anybody have anything else they want to add?
Okay, one person told me, Virginia, can you go back to where you were before, 4,000 rides a month? I told them, you know what? If I have those people that I mentioned backing me up, I can do it over again, as long as not 18 years, because by that time, I need the service myself.
Well, thank you all for taking time out of your busy schedule, and you see how much is being done and how much we need your help. So thank you so much for considering a donation to ACC. It's our pleasure to serve you.
Thank you so much to our ACC superstars for that presentation. ACC needs your generous donations to safely reopen, to expand transportation services, put on the exercise and music classes, and the online program offerings such as concerts, cooking demos, and guest interviews. Your donations help fund all these things.
Yes, Tim. So ACC Rides Transportation Program, which gives rides to seniors to medical appointments, grocery shopping. Our operational cost is $700,000 a year, and this includes the cost of vehicles, maintenance, insurance, vehicle registration, fees, the fuel, and personal protective equipment. Your donation helps fund rides to give rides to seniors, which we really enjoy doing.
Absolutely. Back to you, Stuart.
Back our house band, Solomon, not Solomon, Solonaire, and that's Carla Fontanella and Ellen Solomon. Carla teaches an online beginning ukulele class for ACC. A quote from a student said, "Carla came across on Zoom as if she was sitting directly in front of me. The ukulele lessons were clear, concise, and well organized. Her warm personality and presentations made learning to improve so much enjoyable." What a nice compliment. So without any further ado, let's hear the music of Carla and Ellen.
It's a popular song, Forevermore. I'm not really sure what the original title was. I think it was Kimi to Itsuma Demo. Right? I think so. And so this is a more modern version of it that was recorded by the Tokyo Happy Coats.
Back in 1970.
Yeah, so Alan's going to show us his prowess with the Japanese language.
If I make a mistake, please forgive me.
Thank you, Ellen and Carl. That was so nice. Your playing is just really so enjoyable. So now we have a special message from longtime ACC supporter, Jimmy Yee.
Hi, I'm Jimmy Jeani. ACC is a treasure in our community. I've been supporting them for decades, and now it's up to you for the next generation to do the same. Do it for people like me. ACC started in a rented house in downtown Sacramento. Today, it provides health care, social services, and transportation all across Sacramento County. I'm very proud of the work they do. Now is your time to get involved. Let's keep a good thing going.
Thank you so much. I call him Uncle Jimmy, Jimmy Yee, for your continued service to the Sacramento community. It is my pleasure to welcome, first of all, to my left, Mr. Doug Ling. I see a smiling face there, and that looks like Lisa. Hi, Lisa.
Stuart. Hi, Daddy.
How are you doing?
I'm doing fine. A lot better now that I'm seeing my dad. Although, Dad, you're not wearing your mask right. You have to wear it over your nose. I always tell you. So one thing, those who know my dad know that it's hard to take him seriously because he's always joking. But it's so wonderful to see him doing well and healthy. And I was just listening to the caregivers who spoke earlier, and I was so moved to hear from all of them. If they're still watching, I just want to thank all of you who work for ACC for the incredible care that you have given to my father and to all of the residents. I mean, as people have probably talked about, this pandemic has had such a devastating impact on so many people. And of course, assisted living facilities, as we know, were so hard hit. There has been so much tragedy in so many of them. And we are just so deeply grateful that our father did well throughout, that the facility just was tremendous, was truly, truly tremendous, and that there were no terrifying or horrific stories that came out of there, and they just took care of our dad and the residents there with such love, despite everything that they were dealing with in their home lives and the unpredictability that just pervaded the landscape. So my sister who just joined, Laura Ling, and I and our families will forever be so indebted to everyone at ACC for the incredible care that you provide to the clients.
Thank you, Lisa. We really appreciate those words. Let's bring in Laura now, who joins us from Mill Valley, California, which is in the East Bay, not too far from Sacramento. Laura, welcome, and if you could chime in to your older sister's words about the work that ACC has done.
Sure, thanks, Stuart. Yes, I mean, I'd just like to say thank you so much, ACC, for keeping our dad safe, keeping so many people safe. It was one of the hardest things to have to deal with during this last year, was not being able to see our dad, as often as we would have liked, but ACC kept us in contact with him. I would randomly get FaceTime by staff members at ACC so that I could see my dad, and it was just, it meant the world to me. I actually just got my vaccine. I have the Band-Aid to prove it just a few hours ago, and I can't wait to see my dad in person and just to give him the biggest hug. Thank you so much, ACC.
Terrific. I want to ask you, both of you, about reflecting back on your time here in Sacramento, growing up with Doug as your dad, raising him, raising you two. Reflect back on what the Sacramento community and your memories bring back to you personally.
Well, look, Laura and I, it was not easy growing up in Sacramento because our parents were divorced when we were 7, and our grandmother was the one who really looked after us because our dad was working so much. And so life was a challenge. We had to grow up very quickly. But our dad was always
so loving and so attentive with us. And, you know, I hear often about how many Asian families grow up without a lot of affection and love within the household. And our experience was anything but. Our dad has always been just the most loving, present father, and a jokester. You know, my dad grew up not far from where we grew up, in Fair Oaks, California, and there weren't a lot of Asians in the area. And so my dad had to grow up being the jokester because that was a way of defending himself. And so he has always just had this light spirit and can make a joke out of everything. And I think during these really challenging, dark times that we've been going through, my dad has always been able to maintain a really positive spirit and has always been able to uplift us because he has that really lighthearted, jokesterish personality and spirit. And you know, we still, Laura and I, even though our growing up in our immediate household was challenging, you know, we really, we received so much love from the Sacramento community. When Laura was in North Korea, being held captive, the people of Sacramento really rose to the occasion and supported us, and we will always be so grateful and proud of being from Sacramento.
Yeah, we feel an extremely close connection to Sacramento, and as Lisa said, I felt that connection deeply during my time in captivity in North Korea. As Lisa said, we grew up in Carmichael, California, which at the time was not very diverse. And Lisa and I were just a handful of Asians in our community, but our dad always took us, and I felt that we were very connected to the Asian community in Sacramento and very proud of our roots and our culture. I think we went to Hong Kong Cafe for dinner almost every week, right, Lisa?
Hong Kong Cafe, New Canton. Then we started going to 388, Dad? Is that what it was called? Teacup restaurant.
We love Ming Dynasty now. It's one of our favorites. And so, you know, with everything right now going on within the Asian community and the stress that the community has felt, I think that it's all the more reason why we need to support organizations like ACC that are keeping our Asian seniors safe safe and provides such a positive outlook for our seniors.
You mentioned Hong Kong Cafe. That's kitty corner to the first journalistic experience that Lisa had years ago, correct? With the show Scratch that led to your now career.
Yeah. Yes. With you, Stuart, and you still look exactly the same. Oh my God, it's astounding. Well, you know, they say Asian don't raisin, and that totally applies to you too. But yeah, my first job in TV when I was 16 years old, I got hired to host a show called Scratch, and it was produced at KXTV. And that was an incredible opportunity for me to experience the diversity that exists in this country. And it allowed me to get out of the bubble of Carmichael. And I honestly will, you know, I would not be where I am today or have been able to achieve any level of success or comparable if I hadn't had that experience at KXTV. And in fact, it was a Chinese American man named Matt Chan who actually hired me for the job on Scratch. And it's a testament to the importance of making sure that your host staff or the people that you have in front of the camera are reflective of the larger community. And so he gave me an incredible opportunity. KXTV gave me an incredible opportunity. And I would have never met you, the Stuart Satow, had I never had a chance to work at KXTV.
Great memories, Lisa. And Laura, I'm wondering if your older sister's journey into journalism then prompted you to also take that path.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I was watching Lisa go off and do all of this important work all around the world. I mean, first of all, in Sacramento, where she was working on Scratch, and those opportunities just didn't really exist in my mind as something that was really attainable. But to see my sister be able to do that, I'm sorry, I have a 7-year-old running around my house right now. Absolutely, my sister has been such an inspiration to me. I'm so proud of her, and she definitely helped kind of lead me into a similar path of journalism.
Terrific. We're running a little bit short on time. Is there any final words you'd like to share with Sacramento and or your dad sitting right here on set with us?
Hi, you want to come say hi to Grandpa?
He's waving. We see him waving.
Well, his grandson would like to say hello.
Absolutely.
This is the wild, goofy, funny descendant of Douglas Ling. Look, guys, we are just so appreciative of the Sacramento community and of ACC for just, taking such great care of your clients and the people like my dad who live in your facilities. We could not be more grateful. We know that this has been so challenging and emotional and unpredictable, and you all have just been so selfless in your care for my father and the other residents there. So from the depths of our hearts, we thank you.
Thank you so much, both of you. And on behalf of not only ACC, but also the greater Sacramento community and the Asian American community, we'd like to thank the both of you for truly serving as role models for young women aspiring to reach greater heights, and particularly looking to get into the journalism field. You have both done marvelous work and continue to do marvelous work. So thank you very much. It's been a pleasure speaking with both of you.
Thanks, Stuart. Thank you for being a role model for us. And Daddy, we love you so much. We'll call you later. Love you, Daddy.
Love you, honey.
All right. Laura and Lisa Ling and their father, Doug Ling. It's been a true pleasure. Let's toss it over to Tim and Jean.
Well, Jean, I think it's time for our third check-in, where we're at with our goals. And I'll tell you, when I heard the number, I had to write it on my hand because I just didn't believe it. So I wanted to make sure I saw it before I said it again. So these beautiful people, all you folks out there, blew right past our last challenge to you, and we're now at I'm going to look again, $156,000.
Whoa!
So, not to be greedy, but I think we should go ahead and up the stakes one more time.
We should. Because last year we hit $170,000. I think we can exceed that.
What do you say, 175?
Yeah. How about that?
$175,000.
Does the audience agree with us? Yeah? So there you go. Please call in. You can call the phone bank. We have the volunteers ready to go. You could donate through our website, accsv.org. You can go to the Big Day Giving website. You could drop a check out front or drop a check in the mail. So please donate. So thank you. So now we have another hour full of entertainment, more singers, more dancers. But I'm honored to introduce to you the ladies. Oh, okay, I apologize if I say this right. The gracious ladies of the Okehale Hula Award Dance Troupe. This dance troupe were once the students of the late Francine Hutchin, who taught ACC's very first hula class from 2005 to 2013. So ladies, take it away. gracious ladies. Thank you. That was so nice. I really appreciate that. So I have here with me Kim Befu. So I'm going to ask her some questions that I think we're curious about. So why is hula important to Hawaiians?
Well, the Hawaiians did not have a written language until about the 1820s. So hula was their means of preserving and passing down their history, their legacy, events, and also to honor their royalty.
Oh, very interesting. So one more question. So there is more than one style of hula?
Yes, there are two different types of hula. The kahiko, which is the traditional ancient form of dance, is the style we just did. And usually it is performed to percussion and a chant. The other form of dance is called awana, and it is a more traditional type of dance and is usually danced to musical instruments, guitar or ukulele. And we will be performing two awana for you after the fashion show.
Thank you. Thank you. So Kim and the gracious ladies are going to go ahead and get changed. So in between, thank you, Kim. We're going to have the Fashions of Polynesia with Shirley Stassi. So Shirley.
Mahalo. Aloha to all of you. It is with great excitement to be here on this big day of giving for ACC Senior Services. I would like to say mahalo. Thank you for tuning in today to this event. Polynesia is a sub-region of Oceania made up of more than 1,000 islands scattered over the central and southern Pacific Ocean. They have many things in common, including language relatedness, cultural practices, and traditional beliefs. Today, I will bring to you fashions representing costumes of dance from Hawaii, Samoa, New Zealand, and Tahiti. Dancing is a complex art form, and they are complemented in costume form. Let's begin with the island of Hawaii. Wearing an ancient kahiko, the years before 1890. Kathy is wearing the traditional pa'u or wrapped skirt. The pa'u can be in any print or color. The pa'u may be made of tapa or greenery that was once from the jungles of yesterday. The tops worn today are all a matter of preference and usually a color to match the pa'u. Kathy has chosen to wear in the form of the headpieces lepo'o, a haiku made out of fern. Some would wear raffia or puas in their hair. She's wearing kukui nuts to adorn the costume. Notice the kupe'e kukui nut anklets. There are many combinations of choices for adorning the arms and legs from flowers, leaves, or shells, all taken from nature. Let's view one more look at Kathy as she models the ancient hula kahiko costume of Hawaii. Mahalo, Kathy. Talofa Lafa, which means hello in Samoan. Presenting the island of Samoa is Imelda. Samoa lies south of the equator, about halfway between Hawaii and New Zealand. Samoan culture is undoubtedly central to Polynesian life and its styles of music and dance. Imelda is wearing the traditional style of dress. Distinctive patterns are used within Samoan traditional dress. The popular Samoan clothing is called pulatasi and lava lava. The pulatasi is strictly a female dress, while lava lava can be worn by both men and women. The lava lava is a sarong that is wrapped around the body. View closely at the headpiece, the tuiga that Imelda is wearing. Everything is taken from nature. The feathers are from local island birds and shells collected from the sea. The detail of creating this headpiece comes with care and honor. We used tapa as the base for this headpiece. Her necklace represents the beauty of the oceans. It is the toothed fish hook. It represents strength, prosperity, abundance, and a great respect for the sea. Imelda has ornamental options. Many types of accessories are from nature. Her costume celebrated with a hip hei, which is also made of bird feathers. Aspects of Samoan culture are faith, family, and music, a communal way of living, all related to togetherness. I say to Amilda, Fa'afe Tai, thank you for sharing the costume from the island of Samoa. Haere mai, which means welcome in the language of Maori. Polly is representing the island and country of New Zealand. When you think of the New Zealand, we think of the Maori people. Customary Maori clothing is the only form of dress that is distinctive to New Zealand. Polly is wearing the authentic red, black, and white design. In viewing Polly's head adornment, she is wearing a native style Te Pāti headband. It is usually made of tree twigs, twine, palm leaves, or bark. She has chosen to accent it with a red pua. The red represents fire and freedom. The shell necklace, taken from the ocean, reflects the wisdom of the people and the dimensions of life on the island. The traditional piu Maori kilt is hand-woven using flax strands hanging from a belt. New Zealand flax is processed by an elaborate method to make the piu. You will also see markings or painted faces to express emotions of this native land. The Maori costume will always represent the personal power of an individual. I'd like to thank Polly for sharing the dance costume of the Maori people of New Zealand. Yorana! Hello from French Polynesia. Tahiti is the largest island of the Windward Islands. It is located in the central South Pacific Ocean. May we bring to the stage Miss Tahiti, Doreen. Let's begin with Doreen's headpiece, the woven lauhala. The headpiece can be made with raffia or bark. It is made of a combination of feathers, seashells, beads, as well as bark. Dancers can choose any colors that they wish. The headpiece is a symbol of strength and grace. The hip hei, the hatua in Tahitian, is a decorated belt usually made of shredded parau bark. We view her skirt made in traditional raffia or grass, but nowadays we have synthetic materials which are extremely durable. Her skirt has a number of added tassels, feathers, and bamboo to express hip action. With complementary accessories, the Tahitian costumes are fantastic to view and implore more energy to the stage. Doreen has chosen a top made of cloth. Coconuts are traditional, although the top may be made of bark, leaves, or shells. Around her neck is a traditional long 12-strand nasa dovetail seashells. Let's watch Miss Tahiti Doreen promenade one more time for us. Maruru, which means thank you, Doreen, for sharing the Ori Tahiti costume. We have shared with you the fashions of Polynesia. I would like to thank my models, Kathy, Emilda, Polly, and Doreen. Keep in mind that there are traditional costumes for children and men. Today's focus was on women's fashions of the Polynesia for the islands of Hawaii, Samoa, New Zealand, and Tahiti. I would like to thank each of you in the audience for your contributions in supporting the ACC Senior Services. On behalf of ACC Senior Services, the Fashions of Polynesia, my name is Shirley Stassi. Aloha nui oi.
Pua kalahu makikai ohono livai wahine ilike hika poli o molokai no kaheke nani vale no na wailele huka o hina o ha o moholoa na vai kolu i ka ulu vehi vehi o ka malo i ka mali makikai ohono livai wahine ilike hika poli o molokai no kaheke nani wale no ka aina halava home ho'o ki pa ka malihini aina uve i ka noe ahi ahi ua lawe mai i ka makani ho'o lua makikai ohono livai wahine ilike hika poli o molokai no kaheke nani wale no ka aina halava home ho'o ki pa ka malini aina uve i ka noe ahi ahi ua lawe mai i ka makani ho'o lua makikai ohono livai wahine ilike hika poli o molokai no kaheke
Okay, thank you, Shirley, for that beautiful performance. We really loved it. And returning again is the Gracious Ladies for a second hula.
My yellow ginger lady reveals a scent through the day, enchanting moments with you makes me love you. You're as lovely as can be, my yellow ginger lady. My heart is yearning for you, my
Yes, so thank you for that beautiful hula. The ladies are going to come back for their last hula dance. So they're getting ready. Are you ready, ladies? Okay. Gracious ladies, one more time.
Ikeki Pali Okao Enele Lehuna Okaliuka Hemaune Yakino Wahelai Okao Enele Lehuna Okaliuka Hemaune Yakino Wahelai
A big thank you to those gracious and beautiful ladies. And now we have the ACC Greenhaven Terrace Assisted Living Happy Strummers. This group began in... Now we have the ACC Greenhaven Terrace Assisted Living Happy Strummers. This group began in 2014. They're an energetic, lively group of assisted living residents that gather every week to sing cheerful, old-time songs. They are so cute, and they are here today performing Four Leaf Clover.
Yay, we are the Happy Strummers. I got
I told you folks it was going to be a cute performance, and a big shout out to Fortunate Frank Yamanaka on the ukulele and his lovely ladies. Now we're going to switch to a PSA.
Hi, I'm Congresswoman Doris Matsui, and I am proud to represent the Sacramento region. For decades, ACC employees and volunteers have dedicated themselves to giving back to our community and truly believe in honoring and caring for seniors. Many have chosen ACC to spend their golden years. They have received care and support, especially during this difficult year. I am proud to be a strong supporter of ACC Senior Services, an important community partner.
Thank you so much for that PSA from Congresswoman Matsui. Very much appreciated. Next performing is Tony Waterford, ACC's Chief Human Resources Officer. Tony has sung at many ACC events. We always look forward to hearing from Tony. Take it away, Tony.
I don't remember what day it was. I didn't notice what time it was. All I know is that I fell in love with you. And if all my dreams come true, I'll be spending time with you. Every day's a new day in love with you. With each day comes a new way of loving you. Every time I kiss your lips, my mind starts to wonder if all my dreams come true. I'll be spending time with you. Oh, I love you more today than yesterday, but not as much as tomorrow. I love you more today than yesterday, darling, not as much as tomorrow. Tomorrow's day means springtime's just a day away. Cupid, we don't need you now, be on your way. I thank the Lord for love like ours that grows even stronger, and I always will be true. I know you feel the same way too. Oh, I love you more today than yesterday, but not as much as tomorrow. I love you more today than yesterday, but only half as much as tomorrow. Every day's a new day. Every time I love you, every way's a new way. Every time I love you, every day's a new day. Every time I kiss you, every way's a new way. Oh, I love you. Every day's a new day. Every time I love you, every day's a new day. Every time I love you. Thank you. All right, a little Motown. Mother, mother, there's too many of you crying. Brother, 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 there's far too many of you dying. You know we've gotta find a way to bring some love in here today. Oh, have a fun. We don't need to escalate. War is not the answer, for only love can conquer hate. You know we gotta find a way to bring some love in here today. Oh, picket lines and picket signs don't punish me with brutality. Talk to me so you can see. Oh, what's going on? What's going on? wrong. Oh, but who are they to judge us? Simply 'cause our hair is long. You know we gotta find a way to bring some loving here today. Oh, picket lines, picket signs, punish me with brutality. Come on, talk to me so you can see. What's going on? Yeah, what's going on? Tell me what's going on. I'll tell you what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony Water. That's our Chief Human Resources Officer, Tony Water. Thank you for those 2 numbers. So now we have a message for our own Donna Yee, ACC's past CEO and now an ACC volunteer. So today, Donna's been volunteering with us. She's been making sure we have all the performers lined up in the right act at the right time. So I tell you, she's a real volunteer. She volunteers for everything. She's on a couple of our committees, so she's still really very active at ACC. We wouldn't know what we would do without Donna. And she's sitting right over here being shy.
Hi, this is Donna Yee. At ACC, we're all about providing a continuum of care. For some seniors, taking a class at ACC means being active and engaged. Others may need help with daily living. So sometimes independent or assisted living is really helpful. And at some point, our seniors may need a place that offers skilled nursing care or help at home so they can age in place. ACC's continuum of care means that we will provide the right services at the right time and in the right place for you and your loved ones. Please support ACC on this big day of giving. Thank you.
Thank you, Donna, for that nice message. And now, for our next act, I know that many of you remember our next performers from last year's Big Day of Giving. They received many wonderful comments from the viewers last year and are back again to sing for us. I'd like to introduce Dina Marishta, daughter of longtime ACC supporters and volunteers, Sherry and Don Marishta, and her husband, Welly Yang. Last fall, Dina and Welly moved to Taiwan, where Welly's family lives, to escape COVID-19 so their young children could return to in-person schooling. In the last few months, they have performed in 2 musical concerts, which have played in major cities in Taiwan. We are fortunate to have received 2 videos of their songs as they rehearsed for those concerts. The first video is Dina and Welly as they sing A Little Fall of Rain from Les Miserables. Welly sings the part of Marius as Dina reprises her role as Ipanema when she performed with the national touring company Les Miserables. For the second video, Dina begins by sharing her touching story since she performed at last year's Big Day of Giving. Dina is singing the story, which she enjoys because the lyrics have very special meaning for her. Let's welcome Dina and Welly.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for having me back for a Big Day of Giving 2021. A few things have changed. For one, I am now living in Taipei, Taiwan. 2020 was a really bad year for, I would say, all of us. I had kind of a double whammy. I was diagnosed with breast cancer in June, so right after a big day of giving 2020. I went through a few surgeries in LA, and then I did chemo here in Taiwan. And I'm done with my treatments, and I'm feeling really good. And I'm living my life, and the future looks bright. If it looks like I'm in my closet, it's because I am. The housing in Taiwan is much smaller than it is in the US, so this is the quietest place. And also, the song that I'm going to sing today, it's called The Story, and it really resonates with my journey. So I felt like I kind of wanted to be in a small, quiet space. So I'm going to switch a few things around and give you the story.
All of these lines across my face tell you the story of who I am. So many stories of where I've been and how I got to where I am. But these stories don't mean anything when you've got no one to tell them to. It's true, I was made for you. I climbed across the mountain tops, swam all across the ocean blue, across all the lines, and I broke all the rules. But baby, I broke them all for you. Oh, because even when I was flat broke, you made me feel like a million bucks. You do. I was made for you. Monsieur Marius, I don't feel any pain. A little fall of rain can hardly hurt me now. You're here, that's all I need to know. And you will keep me safe, and you will keep me close. And rain will make the flowers grow.
But you will live, Pauline, dear God above. If I could close your wounds with words of love.
Just hold me now and let it be. Shelter me, comfort me.
You would live 100 years if I could show you how. I won't desert you now.
The rain can't hurt me now. This rain will wash away what's past, and you will keep me safe, and you will keep me close. I'll sleep in your embrace at last. The rain that brings you here is heaven blessed. The skies begin to clear and I'm at rest. A breath away from where you are. I've come home from so far. So don't you fret, Monsieur Marius. I don't feel any pain. A little fall of rain can hardly hurt me now.
I'm here.
That's all I need to know. And you will keep
I will stay
me
with
safe.
you till you are
And
safe.
you will keep me close. And rain will make the
flowers
That was so touching. You can tell that the songs that Dina and Wally chose have special meaning to them. You can feel it. I did. We appreciate Dina and Wally for taking the time out of their busy schedule to record the videos for ACC's Big Day Giving Telethon. And a special thank you to Sherry and Don Marisha for recording this for ACC. Your great parents and great grandparents, and I've watched Dina grow up since she was a baby. I've known Don and Sherry for a long time, and into the young woman she is, and now I cheer her on. So from ACC, we wish Dina and Wally good health and all the best on their concerts in Taiwan. So now over to Tim.
Wow, I still have goosebumps from that last performance, no kidding at all. I mean, the talent that ACC has supporting it, I'm literally speechless. That said, I'm going to try to pull myself together and move on with the show. Now we have performing Diana Atkins. Diana participated in the federally funded Senior Community Service Employment Program operated by ACC. The program provides job training to older adults seeking employment. Diana landed a job as the office assistant for ACC's Rides program and is beloved by everyone. Diana was a former Motown singer and transitioned to gospel and is still singing today. Diana was featured in the spring issue of the ACC newsletter. Read about Diana's life story and how she has persevered.
Kansas City Blues was made famous about 1957 by the infamous Jimmy Witherspoon. I can't sing it as good as he, but I'm going to sure try because I love the song. And I'm accompanied today by Motown artist Miss Blanky Williams, my only one sister. Hope you enjoy it as much as I do. Going to Kansas City, Kansas City, here I come. Going to Kansas City, Kansas City, here I come. They got a crazy way of loving there. I'm gonna join in that fun. I'm gonna be standing on the corner, 12th Street and Vine. Gonna be standing on the corner, 12th Street and Vine, with my Kansas City baby and a bottle of Kansas City wine. I might take a plane, might take a train. However I get there, I'm gonna get there just the same. I'm going to Kansas City. Kansas City, here I come. They got some fine men there. I'm gonna get me one. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, baby, bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, baby, bye-bye. They got a crazy way of loving there. I'm gonna join in the fun. I'm gonna be standing on the corner, 12th Street and Vine. Gonna be standing on the corner, 12th Street and Vine, with my Kansas City baby and a bottle of Kansas City wine. I might take a plane, I might take a train. If I have to walk, I'm gonna get there just the same. I'm going to Kansas City, Kansas City, here I come. They got some fine men there. I'm gonna get me one. Kansas City, here I come. Bye-bye.
Can I just say, dang, Diana? Thank you for keeping the momentum going. Now, back to you, Stuart.
Thank you very much, Tim. We appreciate it. We have our next exercise segment with a very special instructor. His name is Joaquin Narragon. Joaquin is one of ACC's most popular instructors and an active, long-time volunteer. He teaches 2 online classes for ACC, Moving On and Yoga. So get ready to exercise. In fact, when Diane was doing her segment, I saw Joaquin over here doing his little moves, kicking. So Joaquin will do a 4-minute dance routine with ACC staff. Joaquin invites you, the audience, to follow along. If you are on Zoom, turn your camera on so we can show you following along with Joaquin and his students. Without any further ado, Joaquin. Thank you so much. Okay. 5, 6, 7, 8. Woo! Ho. 2 steps right. Up. Back. Up. Head one.
charge.
Tout ça, toi.
Oh, ramasser tout le monde. Et toi, dans ces côtés, c'est ma caca, mais je la dis mon tombé, mon, on va la tirer pas ça. Fais ça sentir bon. Et toi, fais ça sentir tout. Dans ces côtés, c'est ma caca, mais je la dis mon tombé, mon, on va la tirer pas ça. Fais ça sentir bon. Et toi, fais ça sentir tout. Et John.
One more time. Back. Run. 1, 2, 3, go. Woo. Two steps right. Hands up. 3.
Do it.
1, 2, 3, go. Two steps right. One more time. Woo! Back. That's right. 1, 2, 3, good. Woo! Pull. Pull. Two steps right. Pull.
Allons, n'a pas à s'apprécier. Ne va fouiller patate. Allons, n'a pas à la faillite.
One more time. Two right.
On ramasse coton. Allons, n'a pas à s'apprécier. Ne va fouiller patate. Allons, n'a pas à la charge. On ramasse piment. Et toi, dans ces côtés, c'est ma caca, mais je la rends. Si mon tombement, en bas la défense, fais ça sentir bon. Et toi, fais ça sentir dit. Dans ces côtés, c'est ma caca, mais je la rends. Si mon tombement, en bas la défense, fais ça sentir bon. Et toi, fais ça sentir dit.
Oh yeah. One, two, three, good.
One more time.
One more. Two right. Thank you. Thank you very much.
See you tomorrow, maybe.
Always keeping us moving. Now, we are heading into our final hour, so you know what that means. It is time to check back in on our fundraising total. And I'll tell you, we're close. Not there yet, but there's still enough time. We're at $170,000. That's huge. Thank you. Thank you all. Seriously, but let's get there. 1 hour left, a lot of great programming to go. Now, let's move on for an update from Greenhaven Terrace with Melanie and Yesenia.
Thank you all for joining us again. And I am joined by our administrator at Greenhaven Terrace, Yesenia Jones. I'm very happy to have her here today to talk to us about what's been happening over the past 15 months throughout the COVID pandemic at GT and some of the obstacles that you face there.
Hi, Melanie. Thank you so much for having me here today. It's really a pleasure to serve the community and Greenhaven Terrace residents and family members. COVID-19 was a very difficult time for all of us, specifically for the residents who had to quarantine for most of the year. It was really difficult for them not seeing their family members and for us to constantly have to update our policies as everything continued to change with Sacramento County Public Health. We also needed to step in and make sure that we were providing that extra attention to the family members and reassuring them that we were taking care of their loved ones. Also starting to develop different methods of communication. So tapping into Zoom and FaceTime were ways that we could keep our residents connected to their loved ones.
That's great. That's wonderful that you were able to do that. I know that our assisted living at GT has really been impacted because I remember back to January of 2020, a lot of your residents moved over to Maple Tree Village when the new building opened. Have you been able to fill those beds back up or those apartments back up? How's that going?
Yeah, so that was very challenging. That happened in January, and then COVID happened in February. So through the pandemic, we did stop admissions twice. But I will report that our staff did a phenomenal job in backfilling 8 of those units. We're back down to 10 apartments available. So if anyone is looking for assisted living, we do have some availability, a variety of different floor plans. But we're really happy to report that we were able to fulfill a lot of last wishes for our residents. So we had some residents, a couple that had transitioned to our assisted living for end-of-life care, and we were able to support them and fulfill their wishes, which was really rewarding for the staff, and it really does support our mission, vision, and values.
Well, that's what we're really about, right? We're about people being able to age in place in their home and get the care that they need at the same time. So really appreciate all of your efforts, all of the staff's efforts. With all that's been going on, what's kind of kept you going over the last year? You know, what's your inspiration to keep things going?
My passion for seniors, just, seeing all of the challenges that everyone was going through and trying to stay grounded to make sure that I'm they're present and available for everyone. It wasn't an easy task. I have little kids that are doing the Zoom and all of the changes with their schooling there. And, just on a personal and professional level, things were just all over the place. But what kept us going is motivated to serve our community, motivated to be present for our staff, and to show them that we were not alone. The ACC Care Center was just phenomenal. For maybe 6 months of the pandemic, we didn't have a nurse in the building, which was very challenging for us. But Tamara came in with her infection prevention team, and they, walked the facility with me. We strategized on what ways we can mitigate the spread of COVID-19, and we were very successful in doing so. So, there were a lot of successes that came out of this challenging time.
Yeah, I agree. And I think that it's been a real team effort, all of the facilities working together to make sure that we keep the staff and the residents as safe as possible. And you guys have just been so awesome in that. And, you brought up something that's really pertinent, Yesenia. A lot of our staff are dealing with unprecedented times with their children at home, not going to school, but they've still shown up every day. And I think, as I've talked to people, it's the support of the community, the dedication that we have to what we do, all of our volunteers at ACC that are behind us, and everybody that's watching today, all of your commitment to what we do, I think has really given us the strength to hang in there and do what we need to do. I know that you've even been, during this time, you finished your master's in social work, and you want to tell everybody what you're doing now.
Yeah, so I'm actually leading the ACC transitions team, and we basically focus on transition planning, being able to support the continuum of care. So what does that look like? It's ensuring that our residents are safe to go back to their homes in the community or safely placed in the appropriate level of care. So really what we're working on, what we would really like is some additional funding to be able to hire additional social workers to support our residents with these efforts. So just really quickly, Greenhaven Terrace has 146 independent living residents, a lot of which are, going through all of these challenges, changes in condition, and they are that middle market that perhaps cannot afford assisted living, but they can definitely use some sort of guidance to the resources available in the community. And this is where this whole idea of like offering a navigator support system is really, that's the whole thought behind it, and we're hoping that we can achieve that next year. So the donations that come through will really help us with our strategic planning, home and community-based services, and supporting those seniors that are caught in the middle market that basically don't qualify for affordable housing but still need the support.
Yeah, it's really overwhelming. I mean, we talk about what we've had to deal with over the last 15 months. But there are so many seniors out there that just don't know how to take the appropriate steps to get the help that they need. And that's really the dream, isn't it? That ACC can come alongside and help with that. So really appreciate all you're doing, Yesenia, and your team. Y'all are true heroes.
Thank
you.
Thank
you. And we're looking forward to the next iteration of where we're going from here.
We are so excited, and we can't do it alone. We need our volunteers, we need our support, our sponsors, and so with your help today, we can reach our goal and hopefully hire some more social workers for this project we have coming up.
Excellent, excellent. Well, thank you all, and once again, thank you for being here. Thank you for being supportive. We couldn't do it without you. All that's happened over the last year has only been possible with your support. So thank you from the bottom of our hearts.
Thank you very much.
Melanie and Yesenia for your good work and ongoing good work for ACC Services. Now backed by popular demand and because they're a house band. We have the great music of Carla Fontanilla and Alan Solomon. We've enjoyed their music throughout the telethon. And one last number. Take it away.
Maybe catching some waves. Catching a wave, feeling the freedom flowing over me, makes me feel so free. Doing a dance, making sweet romance with an ocean lady love. Blue skies above, my heart is here to stay, and my soul is on its way, riding high on the wings, catching the sky, rushing to the shore. It's flying high into space, following the ancient race gone before. Island trade winds blowing, I know where I'm going. I just got a notion, going surfing over the ocean is where I'd like to be. Just you and me.
thank you, Carla and Alan, for that nice song. So next, we're going to do a tribute to our founding father, Chuy Ito. Chuy passed away on Monday, May 3rd at ACC's Maple Tree Village Assisted Living. He was a longtime volunteer and founder, longtime founder and volunteer of ACC's musical program is Glenn Watanabe. He's going to sing a song as a tribute to Chuy Aloha. But first, we're also going to hear from ACC's past CEO, Donna Yee and May Lee, who worked with AC when AC was in its infancy. So Donna and May, they have known Chuy for many years, and so they're going to pay tribute to Chuy. Donna and May.
My name is May Lee, and they said, do a little tribute for Chuy Ito. I said, I only have how many minutes? Well, with Chuy, you know, this whole thing could last for days, a tribute to Chuy Ito. But anyways, Chuy may be known as the godfather of the Asian community, but for many of us, he has been represented as a big mentor. But as a godfather in the Asian community, you can attest for the fact that he has a plaque at Vic's Ice Cream Parlor. And Vic's Ice Cream Parlor, located at 8th and Riverside, is also right across the street from where Chuy's gas station was. And so he held court there. But as we move along, Chuy was also the president of the Asian Community Center. But before that, it was known as JCCSV, Japanese Community Center of Sacramento Valley. Due to Nixon's moratorium on federal housing, they then had to pivot. And so what happened was that we were able to allow the programs for ACC to get started. They took over programs and inherited from Asian Community Services. And these were ceramic programs and also knitting, and there was a Gold Club. All these things were made possible. We expanded it to ESL classes. And this was all possible because we were able to convert the garage of the Tamara's house. The house may no longer be there due to a fire, but it was located at 2200 6th and V. You can still possibly see some of where the garage used to be along the sidewalk. Chuy put his initials there, so we know that Chuy was part and partial to creating ACC. So along the lines, I got hired as the program director, coordinator for then ACC, and it was very strategic, and because I happened to be Chinese, I knew some Toisan language, and I was able to be the bridge for the Japanese and the Chinese community. And under Chuy's watch, we helped expand and created Kanoshinikai nutrition program, and we did the same for a Chinese nutrition program. And also, it was the birthplace for many programs in health, mental health, and other social services. We were aligned with the Paul Hom Clinic. The Asian Legal Services Outreach was got its start, or been part of it. And we also did Stepping Stones, which was the mental health component of, and it's now Asian Community Counseling Services. So all these things were in place because I want to tell you the reason that it was all part of design, maybe? I think so. And I think then inwardly, the board and Chuy, they had to decide what to do and how to expand, where to go from there. And where did they go from there was that they went back to doing what they could do best. While they launched all these other summer youth employment training programs, mental health programs, we were able to go back to the roots, senior services. And that's when we were able to start the huge campaign to create the ACC nursing home. And I'm going to leave it for Donna to take it over. Great, thanks, May. Oh, Chewy is somebody who actually, if you talk with people in the community, he's very controversial because he never took any guff from anyone. And anyone who wanted to start bragging, he would basically get our feet back on the ground. So Chewy was great because in his entire life, he brought all kinds of people together. I don't know how many people have told me gas station stories, how he helped them learn how to fix a flat tire in their car, test their battery. Just today, Stuart was saying how all of the people at the station where he worked, that's where they parked their cars and that's where they bought their gas. And I know that that's how Chewy met so many politicians, because many of them parked at his gas station. And so later on, when ACC needed help, he was able to call upon them. He was never a big, astute politician, but he was an activist. And he knew what things really were needed in the community, and he knew where to go. So lots of times when we were young, we were kind of more technical people. We knew how to organize programs. We knew how to write proposals. But Chewy was the one who advocated and organized in the community. He brought friendships from all of his working days at the gas station, his relationships at the church, his family. I don't think anyone who knew Chewy ever avoided getting involved in ACC. As the president of the ACC board for the first 19 years, many people saw him as synonymous with ACC and the Asian community. And so, you know, it's so sad. Hundreds of people knew Chewy personally. Hundreds of people had arguments with him. Hundreds of people celebrated with him over the years. And he was pretty tough. He wasn't an easy person all the time, but who wants some milquetoast person to be a leader in our community? So we're so sad about his passing. We'll miss him. We think about him all the time. We think about the times that he sort of kicked our butts. We think about the times when he said we should have done better. We think about the times that he visited people regularly every week at the care center, his friends. One time he said, well, I know what day of the week it is because every day of the week I'm having lunch with a different group. And I recall, you know, he was so close with Chiz, his wife, when she passed. And he was the first person I knew. I used to joke about men not knowing how to boil water. And Chewy never cooked before that. And we used to talk a lot about programs, like cooking programs for men who were widowers. You know, Chewy brought so much of his life experience that we grew into programs because it connected with other people in the community. He brought his friends, his family. He brought so many people he knew to support ACC, to support our programs, and then to really support our development of what we're doing and to help raise funds and to raise friends. So I think that we're going to ask Glenn. Where's Glenn?
Oh,
Glenn's
there
right
he
here.
is.
So Glenn's going to finish off our comments, our tribute.
Okay.
I met Chewy Ito back in 1978 at an ACC open house. And just like Donna and May Lee was there sitting on the floor doing cutouts. And Chewy was sitting on a big sofa with Earl Shiroy and Joyce Sakai sitting there too. And he took a liking to me for some reason. I don't know why. Maybe it was because I just moved up from Berkeley. I didn't know a soul here in Sacramento. And I was interested in ACC. So he would invite me to his service station. He would invite me to coffee. I thought he'd take me to someplace nice, but he took me to McDonald's. And we had a 15-cent coffee there. But as I listened to him and I learned from him, I heard of his big vision And we were in a Victorian house sharing a floor in a basement. And I didn't see how that would ever happen. But as I listened to him more and more, I began to see that vision too. So I wanted to follow in his coattails. I wanted to volunteer at ACC, even though I was working. And so that's what Chewy meant to me. And whenever I saw him throughout my 43 years working with ACC, he never failed to make me feel welcome, to say hello, come over, shake my hands, cross the floor of the room if need be, just to say hello and welcome me. I love the man for that. So I tried to find a song that's fitting and a short song, and so I've chosen To You, Chewy, Aloha. To you, Chewy, aloha, aloha, from the bottom of our heart. Keep that smile on your lips, brush the tears from your eyes. One more aloha, and it's time for goodbye. To you, Chewy, aloha. In dreams, we'll be with you, dear, tonight. And we'll pray for that day when we will meet again. Until then, Chewy, aloha. Until then, Chewy, aloha. We love you, Chewy. We love you.
Thank you so much, Glenn, May, and Donna, for those remembrances of a man who was truly an icon in the Sacramento community. And I have fond remembrances of Chewy myself, always with that lower, gruff voice in church saying, "Hello, Stuart." And I always said, "Hi, Chewy." We're going to miss you. We are now inside our final hour of the telethon. And I have some great news for all of you. Right now, we are number two on the big day of giving among all of the organizations. We have, yes. We've received up to this moment $172,000 worth of pledges and donations. The top organization right now is a huge organization, the Salvation Army. They've received up to this point $254,000. I know we can exceed $200,000 by the end of the next hour. So please, don't hold back. Give of your heart. Continue to give. Let's get over the $200,000 mark for ACC Senior Services. Please. All right. Joining ACC for the first time is local vocalist Christine Miyashiro. Christine has sung in numerous local musicals and sang the national anthem at the Sacramento River Cats game. Christine could not be with us today, but we were able to drop in on her recording session, and let's hear and see what Christine is up to. Christine?
That one and then that one and... Oh! Hey! How's everybody doing? We didn't know you guys were going to be here today. Did you... Ted, did you know they were coming?
Complete surprise to me.
Huh. Well, it's good to see you. Ted and I were just practicing a couple of songs, for the big day of giving.
On a Sunday, because somebody can't be here on the big day of giving.
You know, Ted, some people have to work on Thursdays, so we were just toying around doing a couple of songs here.
On my day off, yes.
Sorry. On my day off too. But you know what? Music doesn't feel like work, right? Right? And I really wanted to make sure that I had a chance to share some songs with you guys, even though I couldn't be here on Thursday. So I hope that, this time to share some music, you guys have a chance to share some things with us too on the big day of giving. So here's a couple of songs we're practicing. They asked me how I knew my true love was true. I, of course, replied, something deep inside cannot be denied. They said, someday you'll find all who love are blind. When your heart's on fire, you must realize smoke gets in your eyes. So I chaffed them and I gaily laughed to think they could doubt my love. Yet today my love has flown away. I am without my love. Now laughing friends deride tears I cannot hide. So I smile and say, when a lovely flame dies, smoke gets in your eyes. Not too shabby for practice, I would say.
I think that's a keeper.
I think so too. I think we should keep that for our next recording session.
No, for the big day of giving.
Yeah.
The one that you're going to go to on Thursday.
Well, remember, I can't go on Thursday. I can't go.
I
know. But can I make it up to you? What if I do another song?
If you insist.
Okay. Quiet thing?
Okay.
Okay. So everybody, this is another song. It's called A Quiet Thing from the musical Flora and the Red Menace. When it all comes true, just the way you planned, it's funny, but the bells don't ring. It's a quiet thing when you hold the world in your trembling hands. You'd think you'd hear a choir sing. It's a quiet thing. There are no exploding fireworks. Where's the roaring of the crowds? Maybe it's the strange new atmosphere way up here among the clouds. But I don't hear the drums. I don't hear the band. The sounds, I'm told, such moments bring.
a keeper.
Okay, nice.
Okay, how about one more song?
One more? Okay.
For the 6th.
Yes, for the 6th.
That you will be at?
I will not be there. Remember, I'm not going to be there. But I hope you're all there, and I hope that I'm seeing some big donations come in right now. The way you wear your hat, the way you sip your tea, the memory of all that. No, they can't take that away from me. The way your smile just beams, the way you sing off key, the way you haunt my dreams. No, they can't take that away from me. We may never meet again on the bumpy road to love. Still, I'll always keep the memory of the way you hold your knife, the way we danced till 3, the way you changed my life. No, they can't take that away from me. No, they can't take that away from me. We may never meet again on the bumpy road to love. Still, I'll always keep the memory of the way you hold your knife, the way we danced till 3, the way you changed my life. No, they can't take that away from me. No, they can't take that away from me. Another good one.
Another good one.
We're on fire right now.
Okay, May 6th.
May 6th. Remember, I can't be there, but I'm so glad that you all are here celebrating on this day, and I hope that you're all able to share on this big day of giving.
Bye-bye.
Christine Miyashiro, thank you so much. I really enjoyed her music. If you did the same, show your appreciation. Give us a call. We only have a few more minutes to get that final number achieved, and we're looking to achieve the over $200,000 mark. This is your last chance to get an autographed copy of May Lee Tom's book, I'm Not Who You Think I Am, An Asian American Woman's Political Journey. May Lee is well known in the API community. This is her memoir and political history. May Lee's received rave reviews on her book. If you call in as the first caller to our phone bank and donate at least $500, you'll receive a copy autographed by May Lee Tom. So call the number on your screen and we'll take your donation.
We have a $5,000 donation.
We do.
Yeah. Vivian and Wilson Lim from San Francisco, $5,000.
Vivian and Wilson Lim from San Francisco just pledged donation of $5,000. Thank you so much. That is amazing.
Thank you, Stuart.
We have some more? Okay. We have a $500 donation. Melanie and Jen Segar. Also another $500 donation. Esther Hokama. Thank you so much. Thank you both so much. keep them coming, and we're getting close to that $200,000 mark that we're looking to achieve. At this point in time, I'm going to bring on Tim to continue our telethon.
Next up, we have the Showstoppers Choir with Debbie Ito. The Showstoppers Senior Choir that began in October 2016 is a fun group led by Emmy-winning composer Debbie Ito.
Hi, I'm Debbie Ito, musical director for the Showstoppers Senior Choir. When COVID hit and everything was shut down, I thought, what can I do to keep the Showstoppers practicing and happy? One thing we did were videos. With everyone quarantining at home, each person was sent a vocal part, which they recorded, and I was able to edit together. Then I asked for short videos from everyone, which I edited in with the music. Time consuming, yes, but everyone kept busy and maybe a little angry. We also began having monthly shows on Zoom where the Showstoppers would each sing and accompany themselves on a song. But the thing I'm most proud of was everyone was able to get on Zoom. Anyway, I would not have met these wonderful people without the ACC. So if you need a reason to support ACC, just look at these happy faces.
Good times in the past.
This is the time.
No better place.
Tell her while I look in her face. It's got to be now.
No better chance.
I want your
She might smile.
You never know, but she'll be in style.
It's got to be now.
No better chance.
I want your loving and I want your revenge. You and me could write a bad romance. I want your loving, all your lover's revenge. You and me could write a bad romance.
Thank you, Debbie Ito and the Showstoppers. Now it is my tremendous honor to bring up next ACC's own CEO and President, Darrick Lam. He's going to tell us a little bit about what he sees as ACC's most pressing issues today and also what he sees on the horizon. Please welcome Darrick.
Thank you very much, everyone, for joining our Big Day of Giving event this year. So ACC has been around for almost 50 years. So next year, we are going to celebrate the 50th anniversary. And during the past year, as you have heard from our staff members, they talk about how hard they have been working to fight COVID-19. But more than that, we're also looking at the recent surge in anti-Asian hate crimes. And this is particularly impacting not only Asians in general, but especially the older adults. So with that, the ACC Board of Directors have talked about what do we need to do next. So one of the things that we are seriously considering is the pivoting from not just only doing institutional care in the space of skilled nursing or assisted living or independent living, but more so in the space of home and community-based services. So ACC already has some programs in that space, including transportation, lifelong learning, and wellness programs. And we are looking into possibility of developing programs such as program of all-inclusive care for the elderly, home health, home care, and hospice. And also, more importantly, is how can we develop an integrated system of no wrong door so that we can serve people regardless of where they call, regardless of what kind of needs they have. And in the space of addressing anti-Asian hate, this is really our mission to protect our seniors. And for the almost last 50 years, we have never imagined that we need to really protect them because of the increase in Asian hate. So what we plan to do is to continue to educate our seniors how to protect themselves. And one of the things that we're working closely with the Japanese American Citizens League, the Buddhist Church of Sacramento, and even the students from UC Davis, as well as representatives from the Sacramento Police Department and also Sacramento Sheriff's Department, is to put together a program called Senior Escort in Sacramento. So I really want to kudos to JCL Buddhist Church because they have put together a very nice proposal, and ACC is really honored to be part of that discussion right now. So we have more to come. And also, several weeks down the road, we are going to host a community town hall meeting by inviting some of our legislators to come to a town hall meeting virtually and talk about what needs to be done collectively so that we can protect our seniors. The Sacramento Police Department will also be hosting a safety training in a couple of weeks so that everyone who would like to learn how to protect themselves, especially the older adults, will learn how to do so properly. So with that, I want to thank the members of the Board of Directors, from Jean as the board chair to Chiang as the vice chair, Titus as the finance chair of the board, and Joyce Iseri of the secretary, to all the other members of the board, and all the members of the standing committees of ACC, all our staff members, because we really have worked very hard this past year to make sure that we are able to protect our seniors amid COVID, and also during this time when especially we are facing a national crisis, and that's the increase in anti-Asian hate. So with that, thank you very much for this opportunity for me to talk about what's coming up at ACC. I'll just want to turn it back to Tim for the next segment.
Darrick, on behalf of the entire board of directors, thank you for your service and leadership during this very challenging year. Now let's check back in with Stuart.
I'm coming right in at you. Stuart's right here. All right. Thank you, Tim. We now have a very special message from a very special elected official. City Council member Rick Jennings now joins us. He's a big supporter of ACC and has this special message for you.
Good afternoon. My name is Rick Jennings, and we're in the very last hour of the telethon. And I distinctly remember last year when I appeared on this show around 4 p.m. and threw down a stretch goal. We had just broken $100,000, and I said, why can't we reach $125,000? And guess what? You responded. The gifts poured in that hour and in the weeks that followed, and the total for ACC's first telethon was $170,000. Now, I'd like to think that that was my pep talk that made that happen, but we all know it's really ACC, because we know what great reputation they have in providing our seniors with everything from health care to social services to transportation and housing. This past year, and at great expense, they fought off the COVID-19 virus. They saved lives, they kept our seniors engaged and hopeful through online programs, reassurance calls, essential transportation services, and so many things that they do behind the scenes. As a member of the Sacramento City Council, I'm proud to have ACC in my district. So in the last hour, I'm asking again this year, just like I asked last year, let's make a push for more donations. Give any amount that's meaningful to you. Pay it forward, and let's help your family, your friends, your neighbors, and even complete strangers who rely so much on ACC. Thank you, Sacramento, for supporting ACC Senior Services. Now, let's get on with the show.
Terrific. You heard Councilmember Jennings. He threw down the gauntlet. We're at the 10-yard line, looking to score the touchdown, $200,000. And I use that metaphor because if you didn't know, Rick Jennings is a former NFL player and in fact played with the silver and black of the Oakland Raiders back in the day. Thank you, Rick, and thank all of you for your continued support. Bring it in. Let's turn it over to Jean.
Thank you, Stuart. Thank you, Stuart. So now, returning to perform for us again is Merv for the Big Day of Giving. And so Merv is going to sing Moon River, one of my favorite songs.
On behalf of the ACC family, we'd like to dedicate this song to Chewy Ito. Drifter drifters off to see the world. There's such a lot of world to see. We're after the same rainbow's end, waiting round the bend, my huckleberry friend. And me.
Merv, thank you so much for contributing some wonderful music to our telethon today. We really appreciate it and appreciate your spirit and your wonderful voice. Now we have a message from Marielle Tsukamoto. Marielle is a retired educator, actively involved in many Sacramento organizations, and certainly well known in this community. Marielle, take it away.
Hi, I'm Marielle Tsukamoto. I'm a retired educator, and I'm actively involved with many great organizations throughout Sacramento. I firmly believe that ACC is truly a treasure in our community. From its skilled nursing facility to rides for seniors, yoga classes, older adults like myself find assurance in knowing that ACC will always be there for us. Community support helped ACC grow from a rented house in downtown Sacramento to a well-run, award-winning organization that provides health, education, transportation, and even social services across Sacramento County. Please, give generously on the big day of giving. Let's keep a good thing going.
Thank you very much, Marielle, for that special message. You are indeed a treasure to Sacramento. All right, we're heading down the home stretch. We have just a handful of more presentations, entertainment for you. Next up, returning to sing for the big day of giving are Koichi and Ellie Mizushima. They're a father-daughter duo who give wonderful performances. They also sang for ACC's Home for the Holidays program last December. Koichi's been doing cooking classes for ACC, such as making sushi, and in February gave a yakisoba and donburi online cooking class. One viewer, Jill Jones, commented, she loved the demonstration, including techniques and products to make restaurant-style meals at home. The experience was wonderful, and I learned so much. Koichi is currently the youth coordinator for the Buddhist Church of America, and Ellie is a student at C.K. McClatchy High School. Go Lions! Koichi, Ellie.
I love seeing you happy. I miss seeing that smile. It's been such a long time. And although I don't have you, I know now that I need to somehow make you mine. And I won't lie, it's hard seeing you with him, 'cause I know he can't hold you like I can. Someday maybe when we're old and gray, we can be in love once more. Till then I won't keep my love away.
Someday maybe, someday maybe I'll be yours.
Maybe I'll be yours.
Someday maybe when we're old and gray, we could be in love once more. Till then I won't give my love away, darling, I'm forever only yours. My loving works for you, then we got nothing to lose, 'cause I'm forever only yours. Someday maybe I'll be yours. Won't let you complicate it, that smile is worth the wait, yeah, I'm forever only yours. Someday maybe I'm forever only yours. I'm forever only yours.
We're going to slow it down a little bit.
Somewhere out there, beneath the pale moonlight, someone's thinking of me and loving me tonight.
Somewhere out there, someone saying a prayer that we'll find one another in that big somewhere out there. And even though I know how very far apart we are, it helps to think we might be wishing on the same bright star.
And when the night wind starts to sing a lonesome lullaby, it helps to think we're sleeping underneath the same big sky. Somewhere out there, if love can see us through, then we'll be together somewhere out there, out where dreams come true.
And even though I know how very far apart we are, it helps to think we might be wishing on the same bright star.
And when the night wind starts to sing a lonesome lullaby, it helps to think we're sleeping underneath the same big sky. Somewhere out there, if love can see us through, then we'll be together somewhere out there, out where dreams come true.
The always charming and lovely Koichi and Ellie, from the bottom of our hearts, thank you for your support for ACC. Speaking of hearts, we are going to tug at your heartstrings next in one last shameless attempt to push us through the top and bring in some more donations. Our next performers came together in January 2020, just prior to the pandemic. This enthusiastic group of Maple Tree Village assisted living and memory care residents gather twice weekly to sing their favorite songs and clap along with the music. They enjoyed singing so much they continued, safely of course, even during the pandemic. Let's welcome the Maple Tree Village Songbirds, singing and clapping along to "Oh, When the Saints Come Marching In."
Sing loud, everyone.
When the saints go marching in, oh, when the saints go marching in, oh, I want to be in that number. When the saints go marching in, and when the sun refuses to shine, and when the sun refuses to shine, when the sun refuses to shine. Oh, when the saints go marching in. Oh, when the saints go marching in. I shall hold to thee as a number. When the saints go marching in. Oh, when the saints go marching in. Oh, when the saints go marching in. I shall want to be in that number. When the saints go marching in. Good job, guys.
Boy, I tell you, I love ACC. Thank you, Maple Tree Village Songbirds. Now, we have a video featuring Lauren Peters on the ACC Rides program that Rides Program Manager Virginia Winnicky talked about earlier. This video was shot before the pandemic. As ACC reopens, we look forward to having Lauren giving rides again. Let's watch that video.
A lot of them are going to the doctor, and I think they just don't have the money to, they can't drive anymore. Either they've already had to give up their license, or maybe too poor to have a car. Most people are glad to see us, and I had a lady say once, what else do I have to look forward to? I'm excited about you guys coming to pick me up, you know.
I feel so happy, you know, they have this transportation to my home because I am handicapped. I'll see you later. I can drive it.
Okay. She lives deep in the pocket, so she's the last one we'll drop off, always, huh? But it's still a sweet time together.
Wonderful. For people like me who don't drive and don't have much of a family here, we need it.
Because I can't walk and I need to get over to Bel Air for my groceries.
From 2003 to 2019, the total amount of rides that we provide is 500,289 approximately.
We need to get over there, and we don't have transportation at our age anymore, so we have to rely on ACC, whatever they could provide for us.
Our drivers will notice if somebody's health isn't normal, isn't what it usually is, and they will contact the family. And the family's grateful for that because maybe somebody who's usually peppy and walking really well, one day we go to pick them up, but they're moving slower, they're not as sharp, and you just know that's not how they're supposed to be.
It's a cycle of life. Eventually, I are going to be in that stage. You know, let's remember that we don't always all stay young. And one time, lifetime or another, we're going to become seniors. And we're going to want to be able to have programs and resources to be able to go and socialize and mingle with other seniors, you know, and not just stay home and deteriorate, because usually that's what happens with a lot of our seniors.
They need us, without a doubt. and they appreciate us. That's an exciting thing. Most of them tell me they're just so glad to see ACC pull up.
$8,000 covers a month's worth of rides to transport seniors to essential appointments. During the pandemic, Rides provides rides for essential appointments such as dialysis and cancer treatments. Rides has expanded to grocery shopping and other medical appointments. Your donation is needed to fund the Rides program. Now let's invite Stuart back up.
Thank you, Tim. They say they save the best for last, but because we've had so many outstanding performances during the last 5+ hours, I'm going to say we've saved one of the best for last. So to wrap up the telethon, we have the College Fund Street Band. This band was formed in 2012. They performed on the streets to raise money for college. This is called busking. And when we were out and about, we would see performers busking, showing their talents. These are the talented children of Ted and Mariel Fong, and the grandchildren of the late Dr. William Fong, who was the founding medical director at the ACC Care Center. Take it away, guys.
6, 7, 8. Ooh, baby, give me one more chance. When I had you to myself, I didn't want you around. Those pretty faces all would seem to stand out in the crowd. Then someone picked you from the bunch. One glance was all it took. Now it's much too late for me to take a second look. Let me tell you, boy, ooh, baby, give me one more chance. Show you that I love you. Oh, won't you please let me back to your heart? Ooh, darling, I was blind to let you go. Let you go, baby. Now, since I seen you in his arms, I want you back. Yes, I do now. I want you back. Ooh, ooh, baby. I want you back. Yeah, 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 yeah. I want you back. Nah, 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 nah. Trying to live without your love is just one more sleepless night. Let me show you, girl, that I know wrong from right. Every street you walk down, I leave tear stains on the ground. Following the girl I don't even want around. Ooh, baby, give me one more chance. Show you that I love you. Won't you please let me back to your heart? Ooh, darling, I was blind to let you go. Let you go, baby. Now, since I've seen you in his arms, I want you back. Yes, I do now. I want you back. Woo, woo, baby. I want you back. Ooh, yeah, 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 yeah. I want you back. Nah, 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 nah. I want you back.
Thank you.
Friday nights and the lights are low, looking out for a place to go, where they play the right music, dancing in the scene. You come to look for the king. Anybody could be that guy. Anybody could be that guy. The night is young and the music's high. With a bit of rock music, everything is fine. You're in the mood for a dance. And when you get the chance, you are the dancing queen.
dancing queen. Feel that beat from the tambourine. Oh yeah. You can dance, you can jive, having the time of your life. Ooh, see that girl, watch that scene, digging the dancing queen. Oh, digging the dancing queen. Oh, huh. You're a teaser, you turn them on. You're a teaser, you turn them on. You leave them burning and then you're gone. Looking out for another, anyone will do. You're in the mood for a dance. And when you get the chance, you are the dancing queen. Young and sweet, only 17. Whoa. Dancing queen, feel that beat from the tambourine. Oh yeah. You can dance, you can jive, having the time of your life. Ooh, see that girl, watch that scene, digging the dancing queen. Oh, digging the dancing queen. Oh, ooh, digging the dancing queen. Oh, dancing queen, young and sweet, only 17. Dancing queen, feel that beat from the tambourine. Ba-dum, dancing queen, feel that beat from the tambourine. Ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum.
Wow, wasn't that great? That was the College Street Fun Band. They were awesome. They're young kids and they got a lot of talent. We can't thank them enough. So this is the wrap up of our telethon. And so instead of a drum roll, I've got the bell. So the big number where we've raised so far is $182,000. So we set a goal of $100,000 and we reached that, and then we set another goal of $150,000, and then we set another goal of $175,000, and now we reached $182,000. But I know you can still donate. We appreciate that. We thank you. We thank all the donors that donated today and donated before the big day of giving. We also want to thank all the wonderful performers. We had great acts, great musical talent today, a lot of new people coming to perform for us. And we have our phone bank volunteers over here taking the calls. Thank you to them. And we can't do this without a production director, and that's Ted Fong. Please take a bow. Come in, join the camera. So the guy behind the curtain that produces this and puts it all together is Ted Fong, and he's got his production crew that he brings in, and we get to know him pretty regular out here. We have Tim's brother, Shane, is doing social media for us, and so thank you enough. We have our house band, Carl and Alan. We can't thank them enough for performing all day long for us, all afternoon. And we put this on with the Big Day Giving work group. And also, we got a big shout out for our acting Chief Development Officer, Lisa Poon, who really helped us pull this together. So I really want to thank all the viewers and all the donors from the bottom of my heart for giving today. So, Stuart and Tim?
I just want to thank everyone. This has been a huge undertaking. This is my first experience with the ACC Senior Services Telethon, and I am duly impressed. The work that goes into producing this show is amazing, and what's really amazing is the money that you've donated from your hearts to really help the senior services of ACC do a terrific job. Tim?
Yeah, well said, Stuart. And I hope it's not your last time joining us. It's been just nothing but a pure pleasure to work with you. And Jean, as always, just humbling And I was just honored to be asked to join as a hostess here, and honored to work with all, I wish you could see the number of volunteers in one shot, the number of people that it takes to put this together, and it's just been an honor to work with each and every one of you, and for everyone at home who's given so generously. I'm truly speechless. My knees just, I appreciate it so very much. Thank you.
So thank you, everybody. Thank you for viewing with us, and we'll see you next year.
Thank you, Sacramento.
Thank you. Thanks, Stuart.
You're welcome.
So what'd you think? Big undertaking.
You bring your boots and your yoga pants. I'll bring my copy of the Royal Scam. We can get down to the Steely Dan in my one-bedroom. We'll set the tone with the window plant, decorative soap and a welcome mat. We'll split the cost of it all in half in my one bedroom. Tell me why is it so hard to see the stars align when we tangle into knots every time? Look outside your window, it's getting colder. Living limbo, limbo, it's getting older. Take a chance on my quadruple leaf clover. It's about to bloom. Oh, I'm going nowhere. I hope you join me soon. Yeah, yeah. I hope you join me soon. My one bedroom. Set the tone with a coffee cup, your mother's robe and her best of life will keep us warm when the times get tough in my one bedroom. Tell me why is it so hard to see the stars align when we tangle into knots every time? Look outside your window, it's getting colder. Living limbo, limbo, it's getting older. Take a chance on my quadruple leaf clover. It's about to bloom. Oh, no, 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 no. I'm going nowhere. I hope you join me soon. Yeah, yeah. I hope you join me soon. I hope you join me soon in my one bedroom, my bedroom. You're so, yeah, yeah.